Okay.
Well.
First stop. Enemy outpost.
Let's see,
Let's see what you got, rookie.
testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, testing.
I'm just gonna pull up the chat on my phone real quick, because I can't monitor it on my computer. Actually, maybe I can use my laptop. That'd be a little bit better. Bear with us if you're watching. There's quite a bit of technical difficulties in getting this to work. Cursed chains of adapters. Watch, I'll plug this in and then I'll like blow a fuse or something. Not see on YouTube just yet. I like to do my computer. It looks fine on Twitch though. Yeah, I have a feeling there's some maybe there's like a lingering issue with Restream or something because of the way that they did the new big screen format.
I hear other music. Or maybe you're playing that intentionally.
Oh yeah, there's Bullet Heaven was playing. Okay. Okay, I think this works. Now I just need to get something to monitor the chat with, so I'm not just looking at the OBS window. Okay. Well. Welcome to another Friday night gaming. We've got a special guest here tonight. I've got R23X, Mark Junker, over here.
It's me. Wait, shit.
So
Sorry.
disorienting. Together, we are the Nameless Dreamers. And we have a special program tonight. I guess, would you say that our name was kind of partially inspired by the game that we're going to play tonight, Mark?
Yeah, I would say so.
I would say
Only
so too.
10% inspired, but...
Absolutely. Tonight we are playing a game called Radical Dreamers, which is an exclusive for the BS-X Satellaview add-on for the Super Famicom in Japan. And this was a network device that plugged into the bottom of your Super Famicom, and you plugged it into your phone line, and you could download games. It was like basically an early version of PS Plus. You know, like you get a download every couple of days or so, and it would be saved temporarily on a basically a glorified flashcart if you had one. So a lot of these flashcards still exist with the games downloaded on them, and somebody was kind enough to rip this and translate it into English. Crazy fan project here. So it's a text-only adventure, and it's a sequel to Chrono Trigger, which is pretty wild.
It's like a
quasi-sequel.
It's not canon technically, but
right.
It's like kind of a. This game's really cool because it's kind of like a rushed title that they released for this like failed console.
Yeah.
And it was. I think it took 3 months to make, and it's like a tangential story from the game. Like, but now it's considered not canon, and it's basically being remixed into Chrono Cross, like including all the musical themes, the leitmotif. Every song in this is basically just the MIDI was used in Chrono Cross, which is super cool.
Right.
Yeah.
And you beat Chrono Cross, earlier this year, right?
Yeah, I used some cheats to like max out my characters, and I just played like every plot line in it so I could see what was like the story was about.
That's absolutely fine. We're both, adults that have lives, and the prospect of beating, an 80-hour-long RPG with every single character so you can see every single ending is not the same task that it used to be when we were children, right? It's not something where you can just like come home after school and like grind on your favorite game for, until you have to go to bed and work on it for months on end anymore. It's it affects your life.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I've got the chat up here.
Yeah, I highly recommend cheating. cheating. If anyone could cheat at a game, try that for sure.
Yeah. You know, that's kind of the benefit of the newer, like, emulation-based systems, like the SNES Classic Mini and stuff. You get that rewind function. So something like this, if you could load a ROM of Radical Dreamers onto the SNES Classic Mini, if you died, you could then, like, rewind and then pick a different choice. But,
Great.
But we don't have that luxury tonight. For those of you interested in the nerd aspect of this, I am playing on a real Super Nintendo console, using a nice Super Famicom controller here. I'm playing via a SD to SNES flashcart, so it allowed me to load the fan-translated ROM and play it on the real system. So, yeah, let's transition over here. Let's get back to the menu and give it a go.
Shout out to everyone in the chat for liking my facial hair. Thank you.
Yes, yes. And yeah, so everyone that just joined, nobody is late. I pulled my hair out for about an hour and a half trying to get this hooked up correctly. I don't know why, but literally every single element in my cursed adapter chain decided to just mysteriously stop working. So I had to troubleshoot about 7 or 8 steps before I could get everything back in and plugged in. So, yeah, here we go. Nameless Dreamers play Radical Dreamers. Copyright 1996 Square. All right.
I can't believe someone translated this.
LaTeX speed.
Uh-oh, is this going to be in French?
I don't know. I feel like we should go back to the menu and get a know for sure. Okay, plus you can see my custom theme here. Let's see. Translations. English. I noticed there was 2 of them, so... Okay, I probably did pick...
That one above it maybe looks...
This looks right.
Yeah.
English 1.2?
Yeah, the other one looks...
That one looks French or something. I probably clicked on the wrong one. Okay, so here we go.
LaTeX speed.
It's unnecessary for me to apologize for this, but it is not the correct aspect ratio. I had to use a generic 4:3 aspect ratio to get this to output 1080p so that my capture card would take it. Special nerd aside here, the SNES does not output a regular 240p. It outputs like 224p. And the aspect ratio is actually skinnier than it should be because CRTs just take whatever aspect ratio you throw at it and stretch it to make it wider. But that setting on my open source scan converter output like a resolution that the capture card didn't like. You know, it was like 1071.5p or something. So we're doing a generic 4:3 squash here, and it's gonna be just great.
There's so many things you just said that that sounded like other things to me.
I think
like
this
squash.
I think it'll
hungry.
be fine here. It says LaTeX speed, but I think
Got to go to the Tashi station to get some power converters. Just having trouble keeping track of what you're saying.
Boy, did her information help. I thought the perimeter's counterspell would be quite a problem. Kid's braid sways gently from side to side in the cool nighttime breeze. So far, we've managed to slip through the magical shield network undetected and sneak into Lynx's domain. Still, this inner region can make for some pretty rough travel. Kid, how do you say that? Magil? How would you pronounce it, Mark?
Magil?
Magil.
Yeah, Magil.
Okay. Kid, Magil, and I comprise this party of 3. The fake Dijon in the background is so funny.
Oh yeah, I can't.
And the pink cat. It's been something like 3 years since Kid and I met. Back then I was a drifter, wandering wherever my music led me. During my stay in the remote town of Rigoria, I ended up running into a girl who later joined me, leading to the beginning of all this. That girl was Kid. Kid is a thief, of course. Not even 17 years old, she's already widely renowned as a top professional. To make matters worse, she's cute, devilishly stylish, and has a sparkling personality. And boy, can she cook. If you ask her, that is. Well, to be completely honest, she has her share of problems as well. Don't we all? She likes to think of herself as a kind of Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, but that's just not the case. At times, her sharp tongue can get the best of her, viciously lashing out at anyone who stands in her way. She exaggerates every other word and sometimes lies outright, and as for listening to other people, well, forget it. When it comes to money, well, I've never met anyone greedier in my life. Her relentless pursuit of wealth is ironic, considering she's a nomad like me. I don't know, maybe I'm being too hard on her. She has her good points, too. She can really shine sometimes when she wants to. Glancing back over my shoulder, I notice a silhouette silently emerge from the grove. Magil. This associate of Kid's is known to us only as Magil of the Shadows. I know next to nothing about him except for the fact that he somehow knew Kid before I came into the picture. A high-class magician of some sort, he looks to be about 30. He usually keeps to himself, though. The top half of his face is covered with a mask at all times. I've never even seen what he really looks like. At times, it seems as though I'm hanging around someone from another world. Traveling with this pack is definitely an interesting experience. Kid's quiet about her past, too. But it's like I know her entire life story compared to how little I know about Magil. From time to time, I find myself wondering who he is, where he came from, and so on. I'd ask Kid, but I get the impression she knows as little about him as I do. You might be wondering, how did I end up where I am now? Well, there's a lot of reasons, I suppose. I guess you could say that life doesn't always go how you plan. Suddenly, Kid comes to an abrupt stop. Seems someone wants to say hello. Out of a nearby thicket, two shimmering eyes catch my attention. Whatever it is, it's staring at me silently. This is spooky.
I like the ambient sound.
Me too. After a few moments, a few more pairs of eyes appear. They seem to be surveying the area. A deep feline growl breaks the uncomfortable silence, and I realize we're being hunted by a pack of feral cats. A few of the figures slowly approach from behind the trees. I look behind me, only to see that they've already encircled us. A few more slowly creep in, now totaling about 10. Chills run down my spine. In a daze, I clumsily unsheath my knife, grasping it tightly as I bite my lip. Kid stands ready with an air of composure. Careful, mate. These buggers are probably rabid. The growling increases, now a constant rumble all around us. Their yellow eyes shimmer like jack-o'-lanterns while saliva drips from their snarling jaws.
So descriptive.
It's great. The middle one's stomach gurgles as its eyes widen, fixed directly at me.
So much detail.
Yeah, it's like a book in game form, right? But then we get to pick the options at some point here. Looks like we ain't getting out of this one without a fight.
So, this is the battle music from Chrono Cross.
Yeah, incredible.
So sick.
Kind of catching up on the chat here. I have not really. Oh damn! I didn't make a selection. It just did it for me.
Really?
I think it's timed. Come on,
Okay.
let's go. Kid suddenly dives into the pack, delivering an awesome kick to one of the beasts.
Are we gonna die?
I don't know. I was gonna just catch up with the chat real quick. I didn't realize that the battle options were like timed like that. So I think if it's flashing the A cursor like this, we have time.
Okay.
But let's see. We got Steffi Starshine in here. Ed Jr. Agro Craggle. S Drone. What is up? What is up? Thyristor. Enrail. Wizard Dolphin. Owl's Ghost. Mr. Big Fart. Ixchel. Aggro Craggle. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you all for joining us tonight. It's going to be a fun one, I think. Maybe we'll go a little bit longer than 9 if you're down, Mark, just because we had a late start. Okay, Kid suddenly dives into the pack, delivering an awesome kick to one of the beasts. A painful howl fills the air, adding to the already heated commotion. The cat crouches, readying itself for a pounce. With its claws extended, it suddenly leaps toward me. I instantly dive out of the way. The razor-sharp claws miss my chest, yet still manage to tear a painful scratch into my side. Damn it! Gritting my teeth, I regain my focus. Attack, magic, or defend? What do we do, Mark?
Let's do magic this time.
As I try to remember a spell, a cat suddenly leaps directly at my head, its huge jaws wide open. No! I raise my arm to guard my face. Pain sears into my arm. Struggling and tangling with the creature, I manage to pry it off and keep it at a distance. Surge, behind you. I turn around to see that I'm now face to face with a pair of those ravenous yellow eyes. Defend?
Yeah.
In desperation, I raise my arms in a cross, guarding my face. The beast catapults onto me, throwing me down and pinning me to the ground. I scream from the bottom of my lungs as I feel the sharp jaws clamp down on my skin. We're doing bad, man.
Can you lose this game?
Yes.
It's a story game.
The beast straddles my body. Its teeth are now sunken deeply into my arm, my blood staining its fur as it growls. The pain is unbearable. I do everything in my power to struggle and break free. But the jaws are like an iron trap, gnawing and ripping flesh deeper and deeper with every passing second. Whoa, what was that? All of a sudden, the cat is hurled off me, thrown backwards by some incredible force. It cowers in a heap, away behind a tree. With a gaping hole in its belly, it roars helplessly. This game is not vegan. I look up to see Kid standing behind me, her knife dripping with blood. Squeezing the wound on my arm, I rise to my feet. I take a deep breath and try to tighten my grip on my knife, now slippery with sweat. Then, out of nowhere, Kid flashes across my field of vision, landing a direct hit onto the cat beside me. The cat screeches in pain as Kid pins it to the ground, stomping and kicking it with all her rage. Without a moment's delay, she boots the animal up underneath its jaw. It moves no more. All of a sudden, the crazed atmosphere gives way to a war cry behind me. I whip around to see Magill's Inferno spell, setting a cat head ablaze. It jumps up, screeching and howling in madness before running away wildly. In confusion, it runs directly into a tree and knocks itself out cold. Damn, that was intense as hell.
Now we're just bleeding to death. All right.
Yeah. I look around and see that the only one of the pack hasn't been taken care of yet. As Kid and I start to close in on the beast, it bolts, fearing for its life.
Oh.
Well, that was some workout, eh, mate? Says Kid, coming towards me as she tends to her arm. I take a deep breath as I look around, trying not to step on too many of the bodies.
Jesus.
I'll admit I was a little worried back there at times, but nothing too serious happened. I try talking...
Maybe you can't die. Sorry.
You definitely can. I've gotten a game over in this before, but I haven't really played this since I was like, discovering SNES for the first time in like, probably like late middle school. So it's been quite a while since I've revisited this one. But I do remember, like, you can definitely die and get a game over, and you pretty much have to start over again. I don't know if there's, like, save points or not.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out. I tried talking to Magill, despite knowing how he'll react. Are you alright? With an expressionless face, he looks down at me blankly. You need not worry about me. Wow, the affection is just overflowing from that guy. However, I probably shouldn't start complaining now. We've still got a long way to go. We haven't even set foot inside Viper Manor yet. Do you want to narrate at all, Mark?
No, I'm not 100% sure on my audio quality, and I'm really bad at narrating, unless you want to hop back and forth. But
okay.
If you're comfortable doing it,
sure, yeah.
I prefer that, but... I'm open. If you don't want to do it the whole time, I understand as well.
Kid glances over at me, seeming eager as ever, ready to tackle what's next. You gonna hang around all night or what, mate? No way, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, come here. Somebody asked, Steffi Starshine says, "Oh, poor kitty." Sega Octopus says, "Kitty murder." Anchor Craggle says, "It would be self-defense had we not kicked first." True, true, true. Whip Music, welcome. What game is this? This is Radical Dreamers for the Super Famicom. It was a download-only quasi-sequel to Chrono Trigger, and what they based Chrono Cross off of. And it's been English translated, and we're running it on a flashcart on my Super Nintendo here. And Mr. Big Fart says, "Do voices." Hey, come here! Trying to ignore my aches and pains, I head over toward Kid. Good job back there, mate. She comes closer. I can see the reflection of the moon in her eyes, and she gives me a warm, comforting smile. But come on, we can't just stand around here all night. There's treasure waiting to be found. I'm still lost in her eyes as she starts to set off, but Jill continues behind her without a hitch. I hurry to catch up behind the two. In a place like this, getting separated would be a bad idea. We continue to make our way through this natural labyrinth of wood and rock. Somewhere quietly waiting within this huge forest, Viper Manor beckons us. Deep within lies the treasure we've come for. Lord Lynx, as he's formerly known, is an aristocrat who governs the Regiona Outlands. From the way Kid talks, he's apparently an old adversary of hers. Tonight, our goal is Lord Lynx's most prized possession, a scarlet jewel known as the Frozen Flame. Besides being priceless, some say this beautiful stone harbors some sort of mystical power. They say many people have sought after the flame, but none have been victorious in stealing it. Viper Manor has claimed many lives. Sounds risky, but we will succeed. We pride ourselves in making the impossible possible. Besides, the way Kid talks about Lynx sometimes, it sounds like she's got an awfully personal vendetta against him. We can't lose. We've come too far to lose. So from the little pixel art there, it almost looks like Majil is... he looks like Magus from Chrono Trigger.
I think that's the connection. So I think that he's like in disguise, and this is like many years later.
Sure.
And he's still alive because he's like immortal or something.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it's him. And the main character, I'm pretty sure, is Serge from Chrono Cross. That's
right.
Who ironically is a silent protagonist in that game.
Sure.
But he's narrating this one.
So it's pronounced Serge. I always it's just called him Serge.
I mean, it's open to interpretation. I think it was just like Japanese people Googling archipelago, sort of tropical southern
yeah.
European vibe.
For sure.
Yeah.
Ed Jr. asks, what is the name of the SD to SNES cartridge? That is the name. It's called SD to SNES. How much did it cost? It was about $200. Agro Craggle says, seems written so the characters have different tones and ways of speaking already. That helps separate the voices. Whip Music says, this is the most still I've ever seen Mark. Mr. Big Fart says, what's everyone sipping on tonight? It's a G&T for me. Mr. Big Fart, I've got a Polar strawberry lemonade. It's delicious.
I'm drinking this. Discount sparkling water.
Yeesh, $200. Ed Jr., it's got a FPGA inside it. Those are not cheap. And, I mean, if you think about the cost of, one rare Super Nintendo game, if you want to buy Earthbound, it's a $200 cartridge already, so, that's kind of how I rationalized it. It's an FPGA on a cartridge that plays, I have every Super Nintendo game ever made on one cartridge. You can play on original hardware. I think it's worth it. But that's just me. I mean, of course, you can emulate these games on your PC for free, too. So, all depends on your level of dedication to the ritual. And so after having
Actually, I have a technical question about the game. Sorry to interrupt you. I think I'm slightly out of sync, but if this is running on a Super Nintendo cart, but didn't the Satellaview have some hardware? Because this audio quality seems like too good. It has like guitar recordings in it and stuff. Like, how can it be on a Super Nintendo?
I mean, the Super Nintendo sound chip, the SPC whatever, is really good, and it's all sample based. You know, they basically took samples from MIDI modules at the time, like the sound canvas, and made like little like microsecond samples and then kind of de-resed them. I don't believe there's any extra audio hardware in the Satellaview. I could be wrong, but I don't think there is.
Cool.
Which actually, it makes me wonder if you found one of these flash carts that had a downloaded Satellaview game on it, you know, like in the wild or whatever, would you be able to play it without the Satellaview attached?
I don't think so.
Sure.
I don't think so. I think that's why they were so hard to come by, because it was like just this lost era of like pre-online. It was like Sega Channel or something like that. If it's not plugged in,
exactly. You know what's crazy is there's still people finding like these odd, weird Satellaview games like every, you know, maybe like once a year. Somebody's like,
cool.
Oh my god, I found a ROM cartridge at like a junk shop in Japan that had like an unripped game on it. Like last year there was a bunch of Kirby games, like mini games that nobody had ever played before, and like there were no public ROM rips of them, so it's still like an active scene. I think there's still like some undiscovered ones out there, which is kind of cool. Somebody said, oh, Zodicus is up in here. What's up, Zodicus? Nah, boy. Says, no way. Hi, Mark. Agro Craggles asks, do you think this specific sound right now is fairly accurate to the OG? Yeah, it's 100% accurate. The way that the SD to SNES works is it reads the ROM file exactly how a normal SNES would read an EEPROM from an actual cartridge. There's no difference physically between using the SD to SNES and using a real cartridge. It's essentially a one-to-one perfect translation. So yeah, what you're hearing now is exactly accurate to what, you know, it's running on real hardware, basically. I mean, not basically, it is. So yeah, there's no emulation involved here.
Cool.
Mr. Big Fart says, equip your closets must be jam-packed with AV gear. Where do you keep your clothes? I've got several of those like IKEA record shelves, but like I just have like bins of cables and stuff. Most of it's all plugged in and like working. But yeah, I do have quite a bit of AV gear in the house. Bobby G. Flat says, I love you, Equip. I love you too, Bobby G. Flat. Got Daffodil in the chat. What is up, Daffodil?
Hey, Daffodil.
What's up, Blashy? What's up, Shibroki? Are there any games we know will never have ROMs because of their rarity, like only one copy exists or something? You know, there are a couple, I don't know about SNES games, but there were like some NES prototypes. I believe there was one like last year where it was released and like a game preservation group were all bidding on it, like collectively sending their money to pool together to buy this, to dump the ROM, but they were bidding against like an asshole private collector who stated at the beginning of the auction that he would never rip it. And they got outbid by him. So there is at least one NES prototype that will never be ripped until somebody like goes into this guy's house and, you know, robs it from him or something. Which is actually, there have been cases of this happening. Like somebody had a really rare like arcade board or something, and it hadn't been ripped, and he hired somebody to like come service it because it stopped working, but the service guy worked for a game preservation group and like secretly dumped it while he was fixing it and then put it online, and it was like a huge controversy, you know, between like what right do, I mean, I guess if you buy it, you own it and you can do whatever you want with it, but like it does seem kind of sad to just like that data it won't last on that cartridge forever, and it will like decay eventually. So like it seems kind of selfish.
Does that become the only archive of it though? That's what confuses me. I'm like,
If the ROM isn't
Really not have like
ripped
some backup of it.
and it's trapped on the cartridge and all the other prototypes have been destroyed, then once that prototype, you know, once the EEPROM corrupts or whatever, it's gone.
Yeah.
Forever.
That's a good point.
So yeah, I mean, there's already games that have been lost to time like that. So yeah, it's crazy.
Rest in peace.
So yeah, let's get back to the game here. And so, after having spent countless hours crossing this dreary, lonesome forest, the silhouette of a towering mansion finally comes into view through the trees. It's so moody, it's so dark. It's crazy.
I love this.
We made it, Kid shouts. Your days are numbered, Lynx. You know, I'm gonna move this little Super Famicom logo a little bit. I feel like it's a bit distracting. And then I'm gonna minimize our logos just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, we quickly make our move, quietly dashing out from behind a thicket. Once at the mansion wall, we creep stealthily along the perimeter, searching for an entry point. After a short while, we come upon a terrace near a garden which looks relatively inviting. It doesn't look like there are any guards on patrol. Still, the mansion gives off a strange sort of morbid feeling. It's as quiet as death. Majil gazes up at the towering fortress. We can enter into the west wing from here. There's no need to look elsewhere. Okay, let's go, Kid says, jumping over the terrace handrail. Halt, shouts Majil from behind, staring at Kid. Our goal is the frozen flame, not vengeance on Lord Lynx. Remember this, Kid. Aye, no prob, she says, glancing over her shoulder. Ain't gonna be nothing to it, like taking candy from a baby. We'll be out of here before that slimy rat knows what hit him. Yeah, you low down good for nothing bastard. I'll make you pay. There she goes again. Come on, I'm getting tired of waiting around, she yells, before bolting into the mansion. Majil shakes his head in silence as I chase after Kid, already deep inside. The darkness engulfs me.
Have you played Chrono Cross, Kevin?
You know, I've started a new game in Chrono Cross like 5 or 6 times over the years. I think I bought the game in like high school.
Nice.
Oh, we got a timed selection here. Right or left?
Left. I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah. The left-hand path. Yeah, I've started a new game several times, but
Did you get this far?
like
this is
Radical
like one of
Dreamers
the
or
first
Chrono Cross?
sort of missions in Chrono Cross,
Oh.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I did, but I really can't remember. It's been so long.
It could be like a couple of days into playing, if by the time you get to this part, even more maybe. So
Then probably not. I feel like I beat the first like mission or like the first boss, and then like I always like save my game, and then I like never come back to it.
yeah.
As though we're inside a gigantic snake, the passageway twists and turns, stretching deeper and deeper into the mansion. We now stand in almost complete and utter darkness. Just a trace of moonlight manages to illuminate the path. I stop for a moment and realize it's now completely silent. I feel as though we're being watched silently by every single being in this dreadful house. Taking a deep breath, I move on. And I set my foot down slyly. With the stealth of a cat, yet so valiantly composed, Kid follows behind in stride. Drifting in and out of the shadows, the macabre figure of Majil looks out from behind. The Weaver of Fate has surely by now taken notice of us, cradling us carefully in her arms. So
Whatever that
suspenseful.
means. Oh, so sick.
Such a cool shot. After a while, this path splits into 3 different directions. To the left is a descending staircase, while the path on the right extends into darkness. Another passageway lies ahead. Take the stairs, proceed on ahead, turn and head down the right path, head back towards the terrace. Man.
Kind of feeling like the stairs. I don't know.
I was thinking the stairs too. Let's do it. Let's take the stairs.
Right. The dungeon.
George asks, when will the killing begin? You missed it. We killed a bunch of cats at the beginning. As I start to slowly descend the stairs in the dim light, I stretch my hands out in front of me to try and feel for something. However, all I'm greeted with is the moist feeling of these grimy stone walls.
Moist.
Moist. We've descended the staircase. To the left lies a huge stone archway, and to the right we can see a narrow path twisting into the darkness. Enter the passageway on the right, go through the archway on the left, head back up the stairs. Damn, I'm getting the creeps, man.
Maybe the archway?
Let's go for the archway.
This feels like we're gonna have to go back up the stairs and go down the other way.
Feels like we're gonna die down here.
yeah.
Peeping in from the arched entranceway, a kid looks astonished. Wow, look at this. I heard about these things. They're called atriums.
Oh, man.
A large fountain sits in the center of this beautiful room. Looking across the way, another archway similar to this one leads off into darkness.
If anyone's looking for a Vaporwave album cover, here you go.
Whoa, cold, kid exclaims, taking her hand out of the water. Coming to her side, I kneel down and peer into the pond. Leaning over the beautiful marble edge, I too feel the chilly water. From deep beneath the surface, a number of fish start to swim towards us. These buggers look expensive. I can't seem to see the bottom of the pond. I wonder how deep it is. The fish are a little restless, splashing here and there. Suddenly, Kid tugs at my arm, jerking my hand out of the water. Before I can ask why, one of the fish leaps out, snapping at me. You know, the first thing I would do if I went into some... I would not stick my hand in the water of some fountain in some castle I'm trying to break into. It sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Whip Music says, hey Mark, since you're here, I have a question. Where does the name R23X come from?
Oh, I won't explain it right now, but I will try to remember to share an upcoming interview that I did that explains it. It's kind of a long story. It's not that long, but listening to me while we're waiting for the next text prompt would be too long for that.
For sure.
That window.
Hey, we got Tech in the chat. What's up, Tech?
Oh, Tech's here.
Agro Craggle says, it's full of murder koi. We scramble to our feet and take a few steps back from the fountain. Many other fish soon follow, jumping out of the water, snapping at us. A few land outside the pond. I kick one of them into a corner, watching it violently squirm around. It appears to be a piranha. More and more of them emerge from the apparently bottomless depth. Having gotten a fresh scent of the game, the piranhas start to splash around more viciously now, getting water everywhere. I wonder how many of these things could be in there. It looks like there are more and more of them emerging every second. Suddenly, a dark red liquid starts to erupt from the fountain. Kid leaps back at once. I'm shocked as well, staring dumbfoundedly at the erupting fountain. The gushing red liquid shoots higher and higher. The water level in the pond rapidly rises, taking on a disgusting red hue. Before long, the water level has started to overflow onto the floor. A bead of sweat rolls down my brow as I realize the room is about to fill with water. We might be able to make it to a safe distance before the piranhas reach us. Quick, what do we do?
Oh my god.
Let's go back to the stairs.
Yeah.
Come on, we're outnumbered. Splashing through the water, we turn back, heading for the passageway from where we came. However, a few of them manage to sink their teeth onto me before I can get away.
I knew that was gonna happen.
I kick off the last remaining few as I bolt out of this vile room. Jesus.
This place sucks.
Yeah. I'm going home.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Phew, what a close call. That rat bastard. Whatever trick he's got up his sleeve, it won't stop us for long. We're coming for you, Lynx.
Are we? I think we're gonna make it.
Yeah. While resting on a wall to tend to my wounds, I look up and notice something out of the ordinary. Hey, Was this here before? Carved into the wall, a large marble sculpture of an intimidating face stares down at us coldly. Ooh. It looks as though it's been sculpted by a fine artisan. It's very detailed. Its features are beautifully etched and barely eroded. It's a mouth of truth, Majil says. A what? A mouth of truth. The legend is that if you are given to lying, a mouth of truth will know it if you put your hands into its mouth. Don't do that. Oh, what a hard idea, Kid says, rolling her eyes. Let's see you do it, I say. Kid looks up, worried, but seeing Majil looking at her, feels a resolve and tentatively puts her hands in the mouth. Why would you do that? Come on, Kid. However, after a few seconds, nothing seems to be happening. Hey, what do you know? I guess I passed the test. That can't be all there is to it. Ah, I know. Kid, how many pounds do you weigh? 104! Kid suddenly takes on a worried look, but before she can remove her hands, a set of marble teeth clamps down onto her wrists.
Jesus.
Hey, you stupid face, what's going on? The white marble teeth gnaw from side to side, becoming stained with red. Damn it, let me go. Majil calmly offers an explanation from behind us. Without saying something truthful, to the best of one's ability, a mouth of truth will never let go. Not hearing him at all, Kid kicks the stone face in a fit of anger. She must be pretty flexible if she can, like, have her arm in there and, like, swing around and kick it. Let me go, you stupid face. I swear I'm going to knock your teeth in. Then, as swiftly as it closed, the mouth opens. I crouch down to Kid, who's kneeling on the floor, rubbing her wrists. Wow, I guess you weren't lying about knocking its teeth in. Of course not, mate. I showed him good. Bloody stone face. Man, I wouldn't mess with any of this stuff if I were in, like, some, you know, some castle here.
Just get out of
crazy.
there.
You didn't put anything inside the mouth, did you, Kid? Majil asks. What are you talking about? No. I walk over beside Majil and peer into the mouth. There, behind its teeth, is a large pink tongue. I think there's some sort of an indentation in it, but I can't be sure. It's really far back in there. Maybe it wants to put something... Maybe it wants us to put something on its tongue. Maybe that's the real test. Kid begins taking out her things. From in her pockets, under her shoes, and out of her hair, she gathers all sorts of personal effects. She stretches the pile of trinkets held in her hands out to me, smiling innocently. Guess it's my turn to face the test. As long as Kid's safe, I'm happy, I suppose. Wondering what the mouth of truth could possibly want, I reach for one of her accessories. Oh boy.
So many options.
Try using the small silver mirror, the file, the centipede, the lipstick, the special raisins, fishing line, a huge explosion, leather scroll, give up. Oh my god.
I don't understand.
I'm looking at the special raisins.
It's special raisins or huge explosion.
I feel like the huge explosion is going to attract a lot of attention.
Okay, special raisins it is.
The lipstick might be funny too. Let's see what the chat says. Special raisins THC gummy, says Egger Cradle. Mr. Big Fart says, use the lipstick and pucker up. I'm going to use the special raisins. I take some of Kid's special raisins out of their cloth bag and place them in the giant mouth. Munch, munch. It seems to be eating them. Hey, stop, you dumb rockhead. Those are emergency rations. Kid snatches the pouch back from me. Looking at the single morsel I have left in my hand, I find myself wondering what these so-called emergency rations taste like. Tasty. How did you pronounce it? Serge?
Serge.
Serge. Now you're eating them
not.
too? I'm not gonna have any left for real emergencies, Kid says, staring at me angrily. Yeah, right, I say to myself. I've never seen her offer any of them to me when I needed them. Try using this small silver mirror, the file of centipede lipstick, fishing line, huge explosion, leather scroll. What do you think, Mark?
Let's just try the lipstick. I'm sure it's going to go nowhere, but I want to see what happens.
Try using the lipstick. I take the lipstick and smear some of it on the mouth of Mouth of Truth's marble lips. Hey, my lipstick. Kid explodes at the mere sight of my wasting the lipstick. It's a shame. I thought I did a very good job of prettying the marble face up. Why does she offer us all this stuff if she's going to get pissed when we use it, you know? That's not what it's used for. It's just strange for you to have something like this with you in the first place, kid. What? Now you're saying it's weird for me to own cosmetics? Gulp. No, not really. You better buy me a new one once we get out of here. Alright, I'll owe it to you, I answer apologetically. She won't be letting me forget about this one very easily, I can tell.
The mirror, maybe? Is anyone else from the chat suggesting anything?
Let's do the mirror.
Okay. Kiss the damn face.
I take the small silver mirror into my hands and place it into the huge marble mouth. Well, no sign of tooth decay here. The mouth doesn't budge an inch. Whatever's supposed to happen isn't happening. Kid takes the mirror from me and fixes her hair a little. Oh man, she looks so cute when she does that. We should test others before we stop, Majil advises.
God, I really want to do the huge explosion.
Should we just go for it?
I mean, we're probably going to die here.
We'll do it live. I take a ball of gunpowder out of Kid's hand and place it within the huge stone mouth. However, nothing happens. Do it. Do it, Sergey, Kid says, putting some matches in my hand. I don't know about this. Do it. I don't know, really. Suddenly, I hear the sound of a fuse burning. Kid's already lit the bomb. I quickly run for cover in a far corner.
Piranhas pour out of the mouth.
As the smoke clears, I start to see the hideous remains of the cracked mouth of truth. From beside me, I watch Kid dust herself off and walk over to the mutilated stone face with yet another bomb. Come on, Kid, we don't need to completely demolish it. Oh, it ain't dangerous, mate. It's just a little fire. Kid glances over at my face. I'm practically begging her to stop. All right already. You never want to have any fun, Kid says, kicking some dirt around. Well, what next? Damn.
God damn.
Let's see. Leather scroll?
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards that. I take the worn leather scroll into my hands and examine it. Heh, what's this? Secret ninja training techniques? I ask sarcastically. Kid smiles lazily, rolling her eyes. I unfasten the tie and open up the scroll. Oh wow, strange symbols are written at length on the scroll. A lot has been written here. It appears this took some time to write. Judging by my face that this is something of importance, Kid walks over and takes a look. Oh, it's an Imperial code chart primer. It's used for transmitting information through enemy lines. Really? I can't read any of it. You've got to show us how to use this thing. What would I want to do that for? It would ruin the secrecy, she says, walking off alone. Maybe she can't read it either. Okay, well, what are we going to do about this big old hunk of rock? Kid asks hastily. We're not having good luck here. So we haven't tried fishing lines, centipede, or the file.
Centipede.
All right. Egger Craigle says execute order 66.
I wish that was an option.
Do it. All right. A centipede? You're carrying around a centipede with you this entire time. Perhaps it's a pet? It's only a toy, silly. Oh, okay. But still. It's for scaring fools like you. And see, it worked. Boy, the things I'm learning about Kid these days. Anyhow, I take a rubber centipede and place it into the mouth of Truth's mouth. Damn it, it's too slippery. I accidentally drop it down its throat. Sergei, why do you keep losing my stuff? I can still reach it, I think. It didn't go that far down, I say, putting my whole arm inside. Goosebumps run up my body as I realize this thing could bite off my entire arm right now. Hold on. Come on, Sergei, just a little more. Kid seems like a bad adventuring companion. I'm just gonna say it. Aha, got it.
Cannon.
Yeah, she's reckless. I hope this thing is important to you. Yeah, losing it would be a drag, Kid answers. I wipe the sweat off my brow, letting out a deep sigh. Well, that didn't seem to work either. What else do you have? We could be here all night at this rate. So, file or fishing line?
Let's try the file.
Let's do the file. I take the file and place it into the marmoreal mouth of truth. It doesn't seem to fit on the tongue. But then, damn it, it dropped down to the back of its throat. Jesus. Why'd you have to go and do that for? Nail files don't grow on trees, Sergei. Don't you know how important one of those things is to a lady? Whoa. So now I see her true colors. What was that for, I ask, reeling back from her slap. That's the last one of my things you'll be getting your hands on. Come on, kid. It won't happen again, I promise. Huh. All right, I guess, Kid says, showing me the rest of her trinkets. I'm only doing this for the flame. Okay, so it's got to be the fishing line. Or give up.
Once we give up, then shit's gonna go down.
Mr. Bigfart says, gotta floss him up with the fishing line. Bet the dude still has some special raisins stuck in his teeth. Whip Music says, Kid sounds like a badass. Prism Aesthetic says, I always just use the guide from Game Facts. You're long playing this? You're insane. It's more fun that way. Let's try using the fishing line. I take the thin silk thread into my hand and hang it down into the huge marble mouth. That's a silk fishing line taken from a royal silkworm. Be careful with it. I can feel it hook onto something as the thread gives a bit of a tug. Looking at it appears to be some sort of paper. All right, we're onto something for sure, Kid says, trying to look inside. She tilts her head forward, trying to see in better. But then the mouth of truth stretches out its tongue. Slurp. What the heck? Burp. Where the tongue licked us, we start to feel a warmth which gradually spreads over our bodies. Whoa, we're being healed.
Cool.
Leaning against the wall, Mitchell somberly asks us, what now? I guess we give up.
Oh my god.
We did everything.
Yeah.
Bewildered, I tell Kid to put her stuff away. Something gives me the feeling that none of these things are what it wants. There has to be something in the mansion that fits. We probably just haven't found it yet. We've got to keep our eyes peeled.
The blood piranha fountain. Let's go back there.
We come to a branch after a ways. To our right lies a staircase going up, while the start of a dark passageway is directly ahead. We already took the stairs, and that was trouble, so I guess head down the passageway.
Sure.
We proceed through the dark passageway. Before long, we're greeted with a beautifully ornate set of doors on the right. Strange. There's a distinct smell of flowers coming from here. Continue through the passageway or enter the room?
Let's enter the room.
We come to a comfortably decorated room. Small trinkets have been placed on the desk and shelves, adding some charm. The owner of this room has obviously gone to great lengths to try and bring a somewhat graceful lifestyle into this otherwise dark mansion. Still, the room seems to carry an unsettling stillness with it. Bet it's Lynx's daughter's room, Kid says, surveying some of the items. The letter on the desk and the warm teacup hint of a woman living here. However, after searching the room, no one is found. All we find are various odds and ends, a beautifully arranged set of flowers, a white handkerchief carelessly tossed aside, a small bottle of perfume, and so on. Although this stuff adds atmosphere to the room, none of it is really worth anything to us. I love them moving around in the background. That's so cool.
Yeah, super sick.
That guy definitely looks like Magus.
I think it's him.
Kid also seems to feel this way, disregarding most of the stuff in here. She picks up a small box decorated with a serpentine coat of arms. However, like the rest of the items in here, it looks like it's of little worth to us. What should I do now? Yeah. Check the bed, ask Kid to open the box, or check the dresser drawers.
Let's open the small box.
As Kid slowly opens the box, a comforting melody fills the air. That song, Kid suddenly says, standing up beside me. I look over to her, seeing her expression has changed to vulnerable curiosity, chasing a long-lost memory. You know this song, Kid? Yeah. A long time ago, someone I knew used to sing it to me. She turns away from me, rubbing her eyes. Kid? I say softly, putting my hand on her shoulder. After a moment or two, she looks back at me. Tears are running down her cheeks. Without saying a word, Kid walks quickly to the door. Hey, wait up, Kid, I say, chasing after her. From here, the passageway stretches to the right and left. Heading right will take us further into darkness, while turning left will take us back to the staircase. Better go to the right, right?
Let's keep going to the darkness.
We should have checked the dresser drawers while we were in there.
It would have just been some weird, like, underwear text line or something like that.
Probably. How's the, hey chat, how is the audio level with Mark and I's voices with the music? I just noticed that the capture card is sending audio now, suddenly, with the mixer audio. Audio is perfect. Good. It's good. Pretty good. Okay, cool. I won't change anything then. After a little while, the dark passageway ends at a polished, robust set of doors.
Same doors.
Kid crinkles her nose in disgust. Something strange about this place. It don't feel right, mate. Probably just my imagination, though. Heh. Standing here in the cold darkness, Kid's hollow laugh does nothing but add to my fear. Better go in, right?
We walked all the way down here, so.
Right. These are apparently Lynx's quarters. No one seems to be here, however. We're right on top of you now, Lynx. Say your prayers, you bastard. Looking around, it's a very dilapidated room. Furniture is thrown about in all directions, and almost nothing matches. Taking a look at the room as a whole, there's no sense of harmony whatsoever. It's very suggestive of a chaotic mind. Okay, looks like we gotta search through this mess. I sift through a number of odd items adorning the room. There's a cluttered desk, a painting that's hanging unevenly on the far wall, and a picture on a side table, among other things. In one corner of the room stands a tall, curious object of some sort. A scarlet cloth has been placed over it, covering it up. As I slowly reach my hand out to uncover it, Majil suddenly says, "Please avoid reckless interference." Taking his advice, I return my hand to my side. However, the cloth suddenly starts to fall off on its own. I didn't touch it, I swear. What, did it just leap off all by itself? Kid asks, rolling her eyes. A large mirror has been uncovered. Fancifully decorated, it looks to be a high-priced, arabesque antique. I got a bad feeling about this. Then, all of a sudden... Creepy. The reflection of the Venus statue opens its eyes, staring at us through the mirror. Vapor. Is there something you seek? The statue's reflection asks in a soft, womanly voice. The voice seems to be coming from the statue in front of me, but only the mirror's reflection seems to be moving. It can talk. It is a mirror of whispers, Majil says, examining it closely. What is it, though? It is a looking glass that harbors a living spirit. The spirit is free to roam throughout nearby mirrors, able to see into our everyday lives. They are known to be quite wise. Is there anything you wish to ask? Wow. A million questions come to mind. Ask about Kid, ask about Majil.
Invasive.
Yeah, for real.
I'm curious about Majil.
Me too. I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. Need to hear Dijon to be sure, though. Must be something further up. It's hard to monitor the chat for this one. It's so text intensive. Notboy says the music is a little quiet. I'm gonna give it like a decibel here. Just a bump. I'm impressed how many renders are in this game's graphics, says Daffodil. Ed Jr. says, kind of reminds me of the Medusa statue in the background of the Castlevania stage in Smash Ultimate. Two Enough Not Much says, a mirror of whispers. Did I stutter? Let's ask about Majil. Very well. The reflection of the statue begins to ripple a little. Gradually, the mirror fades into darkness. However, after a minute or two, nothing materializes. What could this mean? Worthless piece of junk. Come on, let's get back to work, Kid says, flexing her quick temper. We resume our search, disregarding the mirror. I take another extensive look at the room, reminding myself it's important not to miss a single detail. What should I do now? I'm not relying on Kid for shit. She seems like just a loose cannon, reckless person. Relying on myself, rely on Majil's experience. I'm a little unsure. I'm leaning towards Majil here. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I want to know. He seems like he knows the dark arts or something.
He does. He does. Edgar Craggle says, turn out the lights and say St. Pepsi 3 times to the mirror. What's the best thing to do now, Majil? Majil promptly disappears into the room's shadows. One by one, from the desk to the display shelf to the statue, I see his shadow shuffle around the room. Before long, Majil materializes from behind the desk with something in his hand. Something was dropped here. It's a few small envelopes. Opening them, we find a map of... Man, every time I read this word, it throws me for a loop. Regiora. We find a map of Regiora, 3 copper coins, and other recently unsent mail. Worthless bastard, where's all your good stuff? Kid grumbles. Heading back, we travel through the passageway, eager to shake this feeling of dread. After walking a ways, we come to a beautifully decorated set of doors on the left. This is Riddle's room. Should we go back in?
Let's just go back up the staircase, maybe.
Okay. There was multiple options from the staircase, right?
No, I think it was just these 2 different paths.
I thought once we got in there, it was like there was the piranhas and then there was something else. I guess we'll find out. Continuing on through the passage, eventually we come to a branch. We see an upward staircase on the left, as well as a stone archway directly ahead.
The archway brought us to the piranhas.
Oh, okay. I thought we took the stairs and got the piranhas. So these are stairs that go up,
yeah.
right?
I'm pretty sure the stairs take us back up.
Okay. I follow Kid up the narrow set of stairs, hoping not to lose my balance. We've ascended the staircase. In front of us, paths extend in 3 directions. To the left lies a dark corridor, and to the right path leads out to the terrace. This path also continues on ahead. Left path, right path heading towards the terrace. Proceed ahead into the dark passageway.
I like the sound of dark passageway.
Proceed ahead into the dark passageway. We head down the path. After a while, it ends at a stained wooden door. Go in, right?
Let's knock.
Mr. Big Fart says, gotta head out, gang. Thanks, Equip and R23X. Hopefully see you all next Friday. Peace. Guess this is the study.
Cool.
Beautiful. This huge room is faintly lit by the moonlight, shining in through a tall window. In the back of the room stands a large, ornately decorated desk. Row after row of bookshelves house the thousands of thick, dusty books. A painting is hung on the rear wall, sharing space with various exotic curios. Examine the desk, walk over to the bookshelves, or check out the painting.
Let's check that painting.
I walk over and examine the painting, illuminated by the pale moonlight. It's a watercolor painting depicting a peculiar scenario. Within the painting, it appears to be day and night, as well as spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all at the same time. Everything looks melted away, fading into everything else. At the core of this swirling, chaotic maelstrom, there's a small black gem, burning with a deep red flame inside of it. What is it, mate? Find something valuable? Kid comes over to my side and reaches out for a fancy plate. The ransom for just one of these could feed a family for an entire year, I bet. Suddenly she stops, looking over toward me. Come on, there's no wrong in taking it. Let's focus on the flame, kid. After a moment, she hesitantly puts the decorated plate back on the shelf. Suddenly, we start to hear footsteps coming this way. Though they aren't that loud, they boom like thunder in the night. Kid and I jump up, but Jill swiftly conceals himself in the nearby shadows. Quick, behind the door! Quick, under the desk!
God. Desk?
Desk! Kid and I scurry down underneath the desk. Curling up, I wrap her up in my arms. Huh. Smaller than I thought.
We're gonna die in here.
What? Hey, The door opens with a sudden creak. We sit motionless without making a peep. The quivering light of a candle spreads in from the doorway. Soon after, a hand holding a candlestick comes into view from behind the door. Tightening, I nervously hold my breath. When I look down, my heart skips a beat. With Kid's lips right in front of me, I feel myself starting to lose control. So full and pink and glossy. Now is not the time to get horny. God damn it. My heart starts pounding faster and faster. I force myself to stop staring and shut my eyes tight. Whoever opened the door doesn't seem to have any intention of entering the room. Thought I heard something. No reason for anybody to be in here, though, since the master is away. Still, with those poor southerners on the move, it's never too safe to be sorry. The door closes softly, covering the room in darkness once again. For a while we wait, not moving an inch. The footsteps echo away into the distance. That bass frequency is so sick. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I can't stop thinking about how great she smells. Jesus. Hey, how long are you gonna stick to me like that? Kid asks, blowing into my ear. Huh? I mean, sorry. quickly get up, bumping my head against the desk with a loud bang. I crawl out, rubbing my head. Man, that stings. Kid comes out next. Crouching, she looks me over and says, "You goof? You alright?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "So, Pore is up to something," Majil says quietly, emerging from the shadows. Pore is a large country governing the southern continent. I hear it's pretty well developed and a fairly prosperous place. But what would they be after in these outlands? Surely not the frozen flame. No matter how valuable it may be, in the end it's just a jewel, a piece of rock. How valuable could it really be? You know,
I don't know
really,
if you remember, but Pore was like a village south of
in
like,
Trigger,
Guardia. Yeah, in Chrono Trigger, I'm pretty sure.
it rings a bell.
Like if you just go down the bridge, and then there's a town there. There's different eras, so I might be confused, but I'm pretty sure it was like south of Guardia.
I haven't played Chrono Trigger since high school, so actually I think the last time I tried playing it was when the DS one came out. I bought it like brand new on release date, and you know, with
Nice.
full intentions of replaying the game. But I remember putting it down for some reason when I got to that like frozen area with Robo.
Oh yeah.
And I let somebody borrow my copy, and I never got it back. So
That's when you get to the, I think it's in the past, and it's like the Kingdom of Zeal.
yeah,
It's a really cool part, but it gets kind of hard there. So
we leave the study, retracing our steps through the dark passageway. Finally, the passage comes to a three-way branch. There's a descending staircase in front of us, in addition to passageways on the right and left. The one on the left will take us back toward the terrace. So we've already been down the stairs. Should we check out the terrace?
sure.
Let's head towards the terrace.
Cool BG, I'm sure.
Yeah. After continuing on through the passage for a while, the terrace comes into view on the right. I take a deep breath of the fresh evening air, hoping to calm my senses. Continue through the passageway or step out to the terrace?
Let's scope the terrace.
Cool.
Take a selfie.
We walk quietly out onto the terrace, instantly welcomed by a cold nighttime breeze. The dreary forest we came through lies directly ahead. A light chill is sent down my spine as I watch the treetops rustle in the howling wind.
Oh, it's the terrace we came in.
Okay. Should we go back in or should we try talking?
Let's go back in.
Yeah.
Let's pick up the pace here.
Yeah.
We need to have another battle.
Passages extend to the left and right. Wherever we turn, darkness awaits. Let's go for the right now, because we went with the left first, right?
I can't remember, but yeah, let's go for it.
We
I've
make our
lost my
way.
sense of direction.
Me too. We make our way down the dimly lit passageway. After a few moments, we come to an old, dusty door on the right. Kid quietly presses her ear against the door. Quiet as a church mouse. No one's there, mate. Let's open that door.
Apparently my audio might be messed.
Oh no. Somebody said Mark's audio gets distorted occasionally. You might be hearing my mixer. The mixer, for some reason, starts like bit crushing in certain intervals. It's really weird. And I thought it was maybe only like the monitor section of it, but I have a feeling that maybe it's sending it to OBS too because of the way I've routed the audio. I don't know. It's a miracle that we're here and that this is working based on what I had to do to get this to work. I was seriously pulling out my hair because the VGA splitter wasn't working, the HDMI splitter wasn't working, the VGA to HDMI converter wasn't working, the capture card wasn't taking the signal of the OSSC. It was just like pure chaos and hell right
Stressful
before the
hour.
stream. So
Yeah.
what's with all this junk? Must be a storeroom or something.
Oh, cool.
Yes. It seems like this is the inner mechanics of a clock tower. However, the gears look old and rusted, and cogs are spinning randomly without connecting up with their proper teeth. I doubt the clock's still in use today. The room seems to be currently used as a storage area. A large object catches my attention, off in a far corner of the room. It's too dark over there to see what it is, though. Do not touch anything out of the ordinary, Majil says abruptly, sending a sudden shock down my spine. However, just as he says this, I see Kid emerge from the shadows, dragging a large object out into the middle of the room. It's a large antique sword of some kind. We've got no use for that old thing, Kid. All it'll do is slow us down. Besides, we probably wouldn't even get much money for it. I reckon it's worth a lot to the right buyer, like an antique collector or somebody. Sulking, Kid quietly lays the sword down. What do you want? I look around, startled. That was definitely not any of our voices. Kid and Majil immediately take position, focusing their attention towards the source of the voice. Who's there? A figure suddenly appears out of the darkness. It seems to be a short old woman with a large hood over her head. Although fully covered, it's obvious she's quite old. Aw, it's just some old hag, Kid says. Majil's sharp gaze on the woman remains unchanged, however. Heh heh. What an energetic young lady. You haven't come here this late in the evening to drop in on some friends, I'd imagine. I glance at Kid. Perhaps you have some score to settle with Master Lynx? My heart jumps. This is definitely not good. Will she warn the rest of them about us? Damn.
Pretend not to have heard her. You want to try that one? Just be like, oh, sorry. Just keep walking.
Should we?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
She's gonna attack us and like bite your arm or something.
Huh? What was that? Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Sure is a nice moon out tonight, huh? Please don't mistake me for someone who is fooled easily. Now I won't be asking you again. Do you plan to go up against the master? Be honest or continue pissing her off. Say we better be honest.
Alright.
Kid's eyes narrow. If we did have a score to settle with that bastard, what's it to you? Heh, just as I expected. The old woman cackles in amusement. Children, they're always so interesting like that. So imaginative, yet so predictable. What are you talking about, old lady? Oh, it's already been 4 or 5 years, I would gather. According to what I was told, one night a young thief came to the manor looking for trouble. The thief was a little girl, about 10 years old. Surprised, I glanced at Kid. There's a trace of an ice-like radiance in her eyes. Staring at her makes me feel like it's suddenly dropped below freezing in here. Unfazed, the old woman continues her story. The girl was an orphan. She set off to face Master Lynx all alone, hoping to avenge the girl who had cared for her like a big sister. But after all, she was all alone. Outnumbered and overpowered, she was eventually defeated and captured by Master Lynx's henchmen. As an ally, Master Lynx can be quite an asset. However, as an enemy, he can be one of the most fearsome men alive. If not for a friend who sneaked in and secretly rescued her, she surely would have perished. From what I've heard, this mysterious figure, who could allegedly slip in and out of the shadows, was the subject of many whispers throughout the manor, long after this incident had come to pass. Not moving a muscle, I try to look for Majil. He's nowhere to be seen. I can only guess he's sporting one of those trademark expressionless faces somewhere off in the darkness. The inhabitants of Viper Manor don't condemn the unfortunate, because no one can win all the time. However, from time to time, the goddess of fate has been known to cast down those who have too much good luck, throwing the cogs of time out of order. It's not wise to try and stand against fate, continuing to repeat one's mistakes time and time again. This music is fantastic.
Yeah, I think I've sampled this song and another song from this game at different times. It might have been a Chrono Cross track that I sampled, because they're kind of hard to tell the difference.
Seffi
sometimes.
Starshine says, "Oh my God, lost in time." So it must be. The old
Yeah, I
woman
think it's-
continues, staring straight at Kid, smiling sweetly. If you want to steal the jewel, and if you really want to beat him, you too must give up your most valued possession, Kid. As long as you cling to it, the hands of your clock will never budge. They'll stay frozen, trapped in the distant past. Who the bloody hell is this old hag? Me? Oh, just an old lady. Pay me no mind. Thank you for listening to this old maid for such a long time. Certainly hope I haven't delayed you at all. But before you leave, which one of you... With that, the old woman looks in my direction. Ah, yes. You look like you've got a bit of a scrape there. Won't you let me have a look at it? What should I do? I don't know whether to be petrified or comforted by all this. Should we let her look at it?
Sure.
She seems harmless.
I mean, the mouth thing already healed us, but that's okay.
Right. The old woman clasped her hand together. Bowing her head, she mumbles a few words in a low tone. Suddenly, a gentle pale blue light surrounds my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Wow, look at that. My wounds are being healed before my eyes. It feels as though there's some sort of soft music being played all around me, putting me into a strange serenity. When I come around, the woman is gone. Hello, lady, says Kid, relentlessly looking around. However, there's no trace of her. All signs of her presence are gone.
This place is weird.
Wonder what was up with that old hag. Looking around, I can't help but wonder what she was talking about, with all that talk about a prized possession and everything. Let's get our arses out of here. This place is giving me the creeps, says Kid all of a sudden, already heading for the door. Hey, wait up! As I catch up with Kid, she gives me a friendly poke in the ribs. Huh. Ain't no fair, you were the only one who got healed.
I like how it's like this mystical woman appears and then you're just like, what was up with that old hag? Whatever, let's go.
What the hell? She healed us. Said Weeb says, this looks very bittersweet. For sure. So I guess we better proceed to the right.
Yeah.
Just ahead of me, I bump into Kid, who's come to a complete stop. Something's wrong, mate. I stop my breath, trying to listen for anything. Then, out of the darkness, clunk, clunk, clunk. Something's ahead of us on the path. Whatever it is, it's coming for us. I nervously unsheath my knife, trying to ignore my anxiety for this inevitable confrontation, now only moments away. It's a skeleton. Holy
Damn.
fuck. That's the scariest thing ever, is a moving skeleton, right? Quick, what do we do? Run, look for a weak spot, or attack?
Weak spot.
The skeleton takes a step forward with its sword in hand. Just as Majil begins to move in on it, it raises its arms overhead. Staring at him with a strange look in its eyes, Majil suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Majil, snap out of it! I shout, but his eyes are totally glazed over, completely unaware of the situation. What am I gonna do?
Snap him out of it?
Snap him out of it.
Yeah.
Majil, hey Majil, wake up! No matter how hard I shake him, his glazed expression remains the same. It's no use, that thing's got him good, Kid says, turning her eyes towards the skeleton. Come on, what are you waiting for? Kid stammers, quickly rushing the skeleton. The skeleton, unfortunately being much quicker than her, leaps to the side just as she approaches it. However, seeing an opportunity, she leaps behind it and quickly brings out a powerful roundhouse kick. The skeleton's body buckles as its spine breaks in two. It topples down to the ground, now severed completely in half. I think you've had enough, Kid shouts, looking over the crumbled heap of bones. But suddenly, the skeleton's remains begin to stir. I back away in shock as the skeleton's hand begins to prop its severed torso up. It picks up its rusty sword with its other hand and throws it straight at me. Dodge, duck, or stand there like a bump on a log. It's dodge.
Yeah.
No, it's coming too fast. Ah!
Gotcha.
The sword cuts deep into my shoulder, spewing blood almost instantly. I cry out in pain, falling to my knees. All of a sudden, Kid quickly comes out from behind, darting towards the skeleton with a furious kick. Yeah, alright. It's a direct hit. The skeleton's skull flies off its spine, exploding at the far wall. The rest of the skeleton teeters for a second or two before falling to the ground. We've done it. Damn.
Oh. Battles aren't going too well.
No. Well, looks like that's that, eh, mate? Oh, we got Trash Coast in here. What's up, Trash Coast? Just guys being dudes. Can't get any better than that. Sad Weeb says, this looks very bittersweet, but I'm very here for Equip and R23X playing text adventures together. Please play Thy Dungeon Man. Jimbargo, what's up? Kevin, I'm late, but I'm here. Welcome, welcome. What music? I mean, come on. Bodily rearrangement is Skeleton 101. I think that's like maybe the scariest thing that you could possibly see is a skeleton just moving on its own will. Like, I think an alien would be less scary than like a reanimated skeleton. Because it's like, you know, an alien is like kind of explainable via the laws of nature and physics. But when you see a skeleton, you know that like something like ghostly or demonic is at play, you know? I
mean, I'm desensitized to it at this point. Unless it's like covered in like flesh or something, I like falling off of it. I don't think I'd be too disturbed by it. Yeah.
Well, we just saw there that they're pretty quick, you know?
Yeah.
What was up with you back there? Kid shouts at Majil, her eyes firmly planted on him. Snap out of it already. Majil blinks a few times, dazed. He seems to be all right now. Phew. You okay, mate? Yeah, I'm not bad. I've got some bruises here and there, but nothing too serious. You? Oh, are you kidding? I kicked that thing's arse so bad, it didn't even have time to say its prayers. Yeah, we did pretty good back there, didn't we? You got a thing or two to learn, but you're getting there, mate. Kid's mischievous eyes sparkle as I glance at her for a moment in the dim moonlight. I set off down the corridor with her, ready for what's next. Wait a sec. What's that? I bend down and pick up a small leather sack. Looking inside, I find a small bottle filled with a clear liquid. Well, go on, mate. You found it. You drink it. I hesitantly gulp the potion. Oh, wow. I feel great. It's making my wounds heal as fast as lightning. Want some, kid? Oh, sorry. It's all gone. We're getting lucky here with the heals, huh?
Yeah. I don't know what our HP is at, but...
Yeah. It's all a big mystery. Proceeding ahead on the path, we come to a staircase going up and a firm-looking set of doors on the left. There better be treasure here. The smell of gold's thick in the air, mate. We better go inside, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the terrace again.
Just like I thought. Locked, Kid says after jiggling the handle. Frustrated, she kicks the door. This might slow us down, but sure as bloody hell won't keep us out. Well, unless we find the key, there's nothing we can do, kid. Let's get to it then. I bet Lynx has got it stashed up in his room somewhere, the bastard. Unable to do anything, we leave to look elsewhere. Proceed ahead. With Kid in the lead, we ascend the narrow staircase. The cracked stone stairs seem to endlessly twist upwards. It feels like we're heading up to a scaffold to be executed.
Probably are.
Unsettling there. Atop the staircase, an old but solid door waits for us silently. This damp place fills me with a feeling of dread. There's a faint voice coming from the other side of the door, says Kid. I fear the worst. Maybe we should check somewhere else, I say. What's the matter, you chicken? She says while glancing at me. But I can tell by the sound of her voice that she isn't feeling much better about this than I am. There's something wrong about this place, and all we know it. I think we better go back. Should we try to check Lynx's room again?
I don't know. We could just go in there and fight more skeletons.
This is a rough decision. Let's go in. Let's see what happens.
I don't think this is gonna... Let's go to the damp, evil room with voices and a bad feeling.
It's a small room, one you'd find in a stone tower. It's empty, and I can't find a single window in it. What the hell kind of room is this? Although she's trying to hide it, I notice a shiver running down Kid's spine. There may be something of use here. Let us search more closely, Majil says quietly. You really think we'll find something? Huh. Kid proceeds to the middle of the room while I examine the walls and floor. The stone floor is filled with countless scratches, covered by splotches of dry, dark ink. Hey Majil, would you come over here, please? Something's carved into the wall here. I think it's an inscription of some sort. Majil kneels down in front of the wall and examines the writing. Looking closer at it, it appears to be written in blood. Indeed, this text has been worn down with age. Most of it is unreadable. Here's what I can make out. Won't la onger. Sia dragoons. Need enchant order to proof. I'm guessing it says won't last much longer. Something dragoons.
Acacia dragoons.
Acacia dragoons. Need the enchanted sword in order to...
Yeah, I don't know about the proof.
Yeah.
But enchanted sword, yeah, good call.
Without any warning, the door slams shut. We stand up, taken by surprise.
Oh yeah, skeleton time.
Then suddenly a low rumbling starts to fill the room. What's happening? Kid shouts, looking around frantically. What's that above us?
Oh, it better not be a spider. If it's a spider, I'm out of here.
Fuck.
Oh, that's worse.
Spiked ceiling. Oh my god.
Oh.
What now? There's no time to lose. Try to stop the ceiling, break through the wall, try to ram the door.
Break through the wall.
There has to be a way out of here. We start ramming up against the walls. However, the stone mesh holds tight. This isn't working. The ceiling is getting too close. A blade is sliced into my neck. What are we going to do? Try to ram the door?
Sure.
Kid flies like an arrow, ramming against the door. Her small body bounces back. The door is far too heavy. Bollocks. Magil streaks across the room like a hurricane, dashing against the solid oak. The door creaks but holds tight. My turn. I ram into the door with all my strength. A heavy shock shoots through my body, but the door doesn't budge an inch. The rumbling continues to get louder and louder, reminding us of the rusty blades eager to greet us. Sergei, Magil, come on, together. The three of us start to ram against the door simultaneously with all of our strength. The door hinge gives. We stumble outside, barely escaping certain death. Behind us, we hear the gut-wrenching sounds of the blades meeting the stone floor. I watch the morbid scene in a daze, grasping the huge breaths of air. Oh my god. Wow. This is intense. Finally, the grinding sound fades away. It seems the ceiling has stopped. Damn that Lynx, toying with us like that. So this is the torture chamber. I wonder how many of the Acacia Dragoons it has claimed, Majil whispers. Who? I ask. The Acacia Dragoons. They were once an elite force serving General Viper, a powerful man who used to rule the western territory of... give me a hand here, Mark.
Gersbuel.
Gersbuel. Where's the Gabagool? Where's the Gerzabool? They were defeated more than 10 years ago by the very hands of Lord Lynx. By the looks of things, we have apparently found their resting place. Damn. Randochi says, that was scary. Tyler C. says, bless, close call. Is this the end of our intrepid heroes? Says Sadweeb. Nice. Who cares, says Kid as she stands up. Generals and knights and everything. Sounds like some old bedtime story. Majil shrugs his shoulders in silence as we start down the stairs, eager to get away from this awful place. With Kid leading the way, we descend the stairs.
Ognos Music says Gersbueli.
Gersbueli. The bottom of the staircase, a quite sturdy-looking door, stands on the right. The hallway also continues on ahead, which will take us back to the terrace. So we couldn't open the door before, so we didn't have the key, right?
Right.
Just try it again. Huh, just like I thought. Locked, Kit says after jingling the handle. Frustrated, she kicks the door. This might slow us down, but sure as bloody hell won't keep us out. So I think we're going to have to go back to Lynx's room. I bet Lynx has got it stashed up in his room somewhere, the bastard. Proceed towards the terrace.
Yeah. The stairs, that's what brought us to the torture dungeon.
That's right.
Okay.
After a little while, we come to a door on the left. Terrace slides ahead.
I don't know
what was
where
this
we
door
are
again?
This isn't the
think this
maybe...
is the library again? Let's check it out again.
Okay, I was gonna say proceed towards the oh no, this is the hag's room.
Oh yeah. No sign of the hooded lady anywhere. Well, if you're not here, say so, you old hag. The silence is deafening. This is a waste of time. We should investigate elsewhere, says Majil, turning on his heel. We follow him out. From here, the passageway stretches to the right and to the left. The right path continues on into the mansion, while heading to the left will take us to the terrace. Head to the terrace. After a short while, the terrace comes into view on the left. The cool evening air trickles in through the doorway, giving me a subtle reassurance. Proceed on through the hallway. After a while, the path splits into 3 directions. The left is a descending staircase that led to the piranhas, right? While the path on the right extends into darkness. Another passageway lies on ahead. Did we go on ahead?
I don't think we have. Maybe we should just go ahead instead of going to back to that.
We continue through the passageway. After a while, we arrive at a beautifully decorated set of double doors. I'm starting to get very directionally confused here.
This has got to be something.
Yeah. This seems to be Viper Manor's ballroom, and we've never been here before.
No.
Beautiful decorative ornaments rest on a large table in the center of this huge hall. Rows of huge pillars are lined up on both sides, adorned with sculptures of birds and various other animals. At the far end of the room sits a gigantic organ, taking up the entirety of the wall. Its pitch-black aura beckons us. Prism Aesthetic says, Sadweave says, have either of you heard of the anime Ozanari Dungeon? I'm looking up the premise of Radical Dreamers, and it's a kind of similar 3-person party of a thief, mage, and a fighter. No, I've never heard of that.
Sounds cool.
Prism Aesthetic says, I think going French and Italian-inspired characters happens to be the most keynote, and I will defend my aesthetic. Definitely. Whip Music says, is this a quest or something? I honestly have no idea what's going on. Whip Music, the only thing that the exposition says was that we're trying to steal the Frozen Flame from one of Kid's old nemesis's links. So they don't really tell us anything beyond that. Like, we don't really know what the Frozen Flame does, or if she's trying to resell it, or what. She's like a thief, you know. And Majil is just her old friend that's a sorcerer. Prism Aesthetic says she heals you, right? Yeah, the old lady healed us. Randochi says, seems like a game where you have a piece of paper next to you to sketch a crude map. Yeah, that wouldn't have been a bad idea. Ogno says, the organ. An instrument of any Victorian-era villain. A countless number of candles provide a soft flickering luminescence to the room. Everything around us shimmers in the dim candlelight. Various portraits have been hung high up on the walls depicting all sorts of well-dressed people. From what I can gather, they're high-quality oil paintings. They all have a similar sort of morbid gaze in their eyes, though. Who could these be? Lynx's relatives, perhaps? Of these, a portrait of a young lady in a pink dress catches my eye. Wait, what was that? I swear she looked at me just then. Oh, God.
This place is fucking haunted.
Yeah. Come on, Sergei. Time to put away the ghost stories. Just my imagination acting up again, I tell myself. It was probably a trick of the light, caused by a flickering candle or something. The oil's glossy finish distorted the image for a second or two. Yeah, that's what happened. But I don't know. This room's bloody strange. Kid sees it too. She has to have seen it. I suggest we look elsewhere, Magil says suddenly. Kid and I offer no objections. We leave the ballroom, heading back through the passageway. After a bit of walking, we come to a three-way split in the path. To the right is a set of stairs leading down, while a narrow passageway to the left leads off into darkness. The path ahead will take us to the terrace. So I guess we go to the left.
Oh,
I think
we've already been to the study, right?
Yeah, I think we have to go back to Lynx's room and take another look and try to find the key, and then take the right-hand path again.
Would that be in the stairs, though?
Would it be? I thought the stairs went down to the piranha room.
But it was like down, and then right was the piranha room, and left was Lynx's room.
Okay, let's take the stairs. As I start to slowly descend the stairs in the dim light, I stretch my hands out in front of me and try to feel for something. However, all I'm greeted with is the moist feeling of these grimy stone walls. We've descended the staircase. To the left lies a huge stone archway, and to the right we can see a narrow path twisting into the darkness. Damn, which way was it?
Oh, fuck. I think we go to the right.
It's gonna be the piranhas again.
No, this is right. This is right.
Okay. The passageway makes a sharp turn to the right before stretching on through this subterranean maze. Before long, we're greeted with a beautifully ornate set of doors on the right.
Keep going. Keep going.
These are the quarters of Riddle, Lynx's adopted daughter. Okay. Continue on through the passageway. After a little while, the dark passageway ends at a polished, robust set of doors. Okay, I'm going to trust your sense of direction from now on, because I've already forgotten what we've been doing, Mark.
Okay.
Lynx's quarters. Oh man, I can feel kids' blood boiling from here. Aggro Craggle says, a dehumidifier or some central air would do this place well. Prismastatic says, this game was actually French and Japanese, and then English. That's interesting. It did have the French in the title, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely need a map for this. Everything is moist. I hate it. Lynx's quarters. I sure hope that key's in here somewhere. Bet that mirror could tell us where it is, Kid says, removing its large silk cloth. The dark mirror looms before us like a still lake on a moonless evening. Talk to Macintosh Plus here.
Yeah.
Is there something you wish to know? The Venus statue's reflection asks. Ask where the treasure vault key is. Ask about Kid's measurements, come on. If you know where the key to the treasure vault is, could you please tell us? The mirror's surface begins to ripple. The whirling smoke soon takes shape into a picture of a large room, decorated with rows and rows of books. Oh, we gotta go back to the library.
God damn it.
In a beautiful womanly voice, the mirror responds, the key you seek, as you see before you, rests within this room. Toward the rear of this great sanctuary of knowledge, within a large purple book, you will find the item you so desire. Alright, we're getting somewhere. The image slowly fades and returns to a normal reflection. The spirit has apparently moved to another mirror, Magil says. Okay, let's head for the study. As I head for the door, I suddenly get the feeling I'm being watched. I come to a stop and look around. Then, suddenly, a faint whisper reaches my ears. Be careful, they know. Whose voice was that? It wasn't any of ours. Damn, I got goosebumps.
Yeah, this is creepy.
The mirror, it wouldn't double-cross us, would it? I have no doubts that it would. Kid had us out the door, bolting down the corridor. I frantically chase after her, easily as eager as she is. Damn. Heading back, we travel through the passageway, eager to shake this feeling of dread. Ogno says this BGM track reminds us of Final Fantasy VII. Reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, it did. Did Yumatsu do this, Mark? Or is it Mitsuda? Or is it somebody else?
It's Mitsuda.
Okay.
Yasunori Mitsuda did this. And it was I think this was made right in the key time after Chrono Trigger, during pre-Chrono Cross and Xenogears. So it was made in-house with his producers and his instrumentalists and stuff. So yeah, it's carbon copy a lot of the themes transferred over to Chrono Cross for this, which I just think is so cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really cool to hear them on the SNES's SPC chip. It just
Definitely.
It has that sound to it. The basses all sound very wooden and kind of plonky. And though I haven't really heard it used a whole lot in this yet, it's got that really cool slap back delay that they use as a reverb sound. Everybody loves the SNES fake reverb. It's really just a really short delay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not. That's why I was curious about this. If the Satellaview had better quality audio built into the cart or something, that BDS-X, the BDSM-X cart or whatever it is that we're playing this on. It's a special cart with a cart inserted in it, and then there's also a huge attachment on the bottom. But I'm guessing that's just a modem. It has nothing to do with higher quality audio if you're playing this on a Super Nintendo. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking this up right now. It says Satellaview SoundLink. SoundLink, also known as Live Voice and various other aliases, is a Satellaview function in which streaming satellite radio from St. Giga is played at the same time as software data is broadcast, downloaded, and played. This is intended to give the illusion of a game being played with high-quality audio. This was a selling feature of the Satellaview and was used in a lot of its software. SoundLink is not emulated on any emulator because no source audio has been dumped or archived cleanly. There are instances of Japanese fan recordings of gameplay with SoundLink. Otherwise, ROM dumps of games or programs that used SoundLink are often mute or only have sound effects without music or one or two small jingles. That's amazing. I never knew that.
So cool. So it's streaming audio through a modem into your Super Nintendo.
Through satellite radio.
God damn.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's crazy. These old consoles are so much more advanced than people give them credit for, and people think that streaming games is something new, but it's been around for years, just not really prevalent in America. Did we have SegaNet here? I don't think.
Oh, you had SegaNet? We had Sega Channel, which was you plug in the cable into the back of a Sega Genesis cart, and then you can sorry, it sounds like my voice is being bit crushed again.
Yeah, that's my Yamaha mixer, everyone. I apologize. I don't know what's up with it. It's it depends on what USB port I plug it in on my computer, but yeah, it's just all of these Yamaha MG-XU mixers have this issue. I've Googled it. There's no apparent fix for it. I've downloaded multiple firmware versions. They all have this bit crushing effect. It's kind of
testing. Do you want to bring up an image of this Satellaview so people can I want to see what it looks like again.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. We can keep playing as well.
Yeah, let me pull this up real quick.
Got to get back to the study.
How long do you want to go till, Mark? I don't want to take up too much of your time.
I'm kind of hungry. So
I totally get it. Maybe another 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Cap it off at 7:30 your time?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to open up a Firefox window capture here. And we can check this thing out. Okay, so this is the BS-X Satellaview. And it was, it just plugs into the bottom of the system. And this is how it works. There's a BS tuner that takes the satellite dish info or whatever.
Does it plug in with an Ethernet cable?
Pretty sure you just plug it in with a phone line, yeah.
Okay.
Did you have to have a satellite on top of your house to get this? It seems crazy. I mean, it's called Satellaview. But that just seems nuts that they would have to You would have to put a fucking dish on your tiny Japanese house to run this thing.
I love that though. I hope that's how complicated it was to like stream MP3 lower than MP3 quality to your Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
While you're playing a game. I love it.
I
really want one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that as silly as it sounds, I really want one just to like have on my Super Famicom. I think it'd be really cool.
They definitely don't work, but definitely like what you're saying about precursors to streaming, like streaming games, downloading games, has been around for like a long time. Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, Super Nintendo, N64 all had, in Japan mainly, modems and like services.
Even Famicom did too.
Really? Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. It has the disc system and all that too.
There was like a horse betting service you could use on Famicom.
Teach kids the gambling.
Yeah, there's a special controller for it too that has a numeral pad. Because I found that controller in Japan and I was like, what the hell is this? Why would you ever need a numeral pad for Famicom? Like, is this for some weird game or something? But we got a donation. Beautiful. I can't see it. Ah! Damn it, I had the Firefox window capture on top of it. Let me check my PayPal. Oh, it's Steven Drone, donated $4. Thank you so much, Mr. Droner. That is so very kind of you. Sorry I had the Firefox window capture up. I usually try to make the donations layer at the top, but it seems like this always happens when I try to do some extra shit like this. Okay, let's proceed.
I kind of want to do the BS-X interface for a Neo Gaia episode, but
yeah,
it's hard to source it. So
you know what I can do is I can try to find like a ROM of it, if it'll run, without a network connection, and then I can just do screenshots from my ST to SNES.
That would be great. I have seen a little bit of that in YouTube, and just definitely get that ROM because the way that you surf the internet and stuff on it and search stuff looks really amazing, obviously. So
yeah. Oh,
maybe it doesn't actually have internet surfing, but it's
What's up, Molo? Okay, back to the game. Heading back, we travel through the passageway, eager to shake this feeling of dread. After walking a ways, we come to a beautifully decorated set of doors on the left. This is Riddle's room. Keep on walking, right?
You gotta get back to we're half an hour away from the study.
Continuing on through the passage, eventually we come to a branch. We see an upward staircase on the left, as well as a stone archway directly ahead. It was the stairs, right?
Yeah.
Archway is Piranha Land. I
have a good idea where we are now.
Okay.
I think it'll say study at the next prompt. But if it doesn't, I honestly, it could be any direction other than the terrace.
Yeah. I think it's the path ahead, right?
Yeah. You got it.
We head down the path. After a while, it ends at a stained wooden door. This is the study, I think.
I mean, point and clicks are kind of in text adventures are slow, but this one feels extra weird and disorienting to me, or slow or something.
Yeah. Okay, time to find that key, Kid says as she steps into the center of the room, surrounded by row after row of books. Where did that crazy mirror say we could find it? Hey, Sergey, pay attention when I'm talking to you. Huh? I thought you remembered which one it was. So which is it? It's the purple book in the back. I definitely remember that.
Oh, cool. I didn't know if it was the back or the front.
I'm pretty sure it's that purple book over there, I think. Which one? Oh, I see it. Kid pulls out a purple book towards the bottom of the shelves. I watch closely as she opens it up. Flipping through the pages, suddenly an old brass key falls out of the book, hitting the ground with a clank. They use that same sound effect from Chrono Trigger. I love it. Alright, the key. Throwing the book aside, Kid bends down and grabs the key. Her eyes light up as she stares at it in her hands. We race out of the study, eager to see what awaits us in the vault. Majil follows behind a moment later after returning the book to the shelf. I was gonna say, don't just leave that book on the floor. That's reckless. Whip Music says, I see fake Dijon back there. Sad Weep says, Mark, when you get really bit crushed again, can you say, welcome to your doom? We leave the study, retracing our steps through the dark passageway. Finally, the passage comes to a three-way branch. There's a descending staircase in front of us, in addition to passageways on the right and left. One on the left will take us back to the terrace. Now, where was the treasure vault?
Oh, God. I think it's
down the stairs?
Towards the terrace, and then left.
Oh, Agrocraggle says you might not want it, but here's a map I found for the game. I'm going to open it up. Okay, so... the... torture chamber, treasure vault.
Oh, retrace our steps.
So if we're out of the study and the right goes to the ballroom, it is towards the terrace.
I was right.
Yeah. There's
That's part of the challenge.
Totally a
just memorizing
spoiler on
where
this
you are.
map. After continuing on through the passageway for a while, the terrace comes into view on the right. I take a deep breath of fresh evening air. So we continue through the passageway. A few moments, we come to an old dusty door on the right. That's the clock tower. Let's keep going down the hallway. Firm-looking set of doors on the left. Okay, there better be treasure here. The smell of gold's thick in the air, mate. Go inside. It better open now, says Kid, putting the key we found into the lock. As the lock clicks, we're suddenly showered in all colors of light. Must have been an enchanted lock. Whatever's on the other side of this door's gotta be good. The heavy doors open slowly. Inside the room, I gasp at the awesome spectacle laid out before our eyes. Despite the sparse light, a brimming mountain of silver, gold, and other precious-looking artifacts shimmer and twinkle throughout this huge treasure vault. Kid is almost drooling at the sight. But to be fair, a sight like this would captivate most people. Enormous heaps of riches are piled before our eyes, in amounts most people would probably never see in their entire lives. It looks to be authentic. There's piles of original Chrono Trigger cartridges in there, all complete in box. Remember, our goal is the flame. Do not waste time with frivolities, says Majil flatly. Geez, I told you, I know. Regardless of Majil's warning, Kid can't help but be taken aback. She gawks at the room's contents in awe, until... Hey, what's that? In the back, on that pedestal. There, a palm-sized jewel radiates a pale crimson light, resting patiently behind the other treasure. It looks as though it's a roaring flame that's somehow been frozen in time.
I mean, it's got to be it, right? Oh, yeah.
Damn. The frozen flame. As Majil glides over toward the pedestal, I nervously call out, "Come on, take it before someone realizes we're here. Be careful. We can't avoid falling into a trap." I think we better be careful, man.
Sure.
Fine, Kid frustratingly says. Glancing back at the door, just remember we're short on time. After investigating the pedestal for a little while, Sergei was correct. It does seem to be trapped. Majil steps back, mumbling something in a low voice while placing his hand near the base of the pedestal. Slowly, an inscription begins to emerge on the surface, shining brightly for a moment. It should be disarmed now, he says, before cautiously lifting the scarlet jewel from the pedestal. Sergei's party got the frozen flame.
but at what cost?
Whew, we did it. With a sigh of relief, I turned towards Majil. He's looking intently at the flame. Way to go, Majil. All right, let's... Suddenly, the gem shatters into 1,000 pieces in Majil's hand. It's a fake. Indeed, that fiend Lynx would never have left the real flame in a place like this. Damn. Suddenly, an alarm bell rings out. The room lights up, and heavy metal bars fall in front of the door. Our only exit is blocked. I look around, only to see Kid holding a fancy crown, suddenly realizing what she's done. God damn it, Kid. Sergei's party got the golden crown. That dim-witted dingo, I say to myself. Suddenly, out of the corners of the room, 4 mechanical birds suddenly come to life. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Their loud metallic screeching only adds to my uneasiness. It doesn't look like it'll open, says Majil, checking the iron bars in front of the door. But before Majil can even finish his sentence, we start to hear deep, snarling voices somewhere outside the room. Jeez. Which way is it coming from? A heavy voice asks. Sounds like the treasure vault's alarm to me. The voices continue to get louder and louder as we stand motionless inside the room. We silently gawk at each other, hoping any one of us will have some sort of a plan. Kid hides herself under a mountain of gold coins. I love gold! Quick, hide, mate. I frantically look around the room. There, over in the far corner, there's an empty treasure chest behind a post. I dash over toward it, climb in, and close the lid. I'm really glad it didn't give us a choice there.
Yeah, we would have been dead again from the spikes.
Looks like there's no one here, boss. That's strange. No one's ever been able to escape that old thing. This old thing. Softly opening the lid of the chest, I take a peek outside through the small crack to see 5 goblins, bedecked in armor, having unlocked the iron bars and standing just a few feet from me. They look around the room restlessly, peeking into the shadows. Eventually one of them raises his head to speak. Maybe a rat set it off. The cook was complaining about rats just the other day. Rats? Are you trying to tell me a rat set off the trap? A fat goblin questions the other with a doubtful face. And with that, squeak, squeak, squeak comes from the corner over by where Kid's hiding. Taken aback, the goblins stop moving and look at each other. After a while, the chief slowly strokes his chin and says, "No, actually, wasn't it stray cats that the cook was complaining about?" Meow, meow, comes the voice a second time. Again, the goblins glance at each other. That's strange. What I heard was that it was a vicious heckren that raided the pantry, I think. Not a peep this time. I can only picture Kid racking her brain trying to think of what a heckren sounds like. Just as I thought, a thief, says one of the guards. But just as they start to approach, run. Oh, well then, it certainly is a heckren. Without a doubt, one of them says, exchanging a smile with the others. Well, that's pretty frightening then. Come on, let's get out of here. The path begins to file out of the treasure vault. Wow. But then, suddenly, the goblins all spring on the pile of gold. Well, what do we have here? Hey, get your hands off me, you slimy freaks, Kid says, struggling to break free. Slimy, a thief like yourself isn't in much of a position to criticize, one of them hollers at her. Kicking herself free of their grasp, Kid inches back to the corner of the room. The goblins start to corner her off, laughing to themselves. I quietly sneak out of my hiding place and unsheathe my knife. Taking on an entire troop of armed goblins is a lost cause, even for Kid. What should I do? Frankly, I'm in a quandary. We gotta save her.
Yeah. There's no way we could abandon her.
I can't abandon my friends, especially at a time like this. Yeah, where's Majil in all this? Gripping my knife tightly, I charge into the center of the room, shouting, "Hey, you stupid oafs." They all turn around, staring at me blankly for a moment, before their expressions turn into rage. You just came out here to die, didn't you, little man? Gulp. You really want us to trample over your head that badly? Well, I suppose we can accommodate you, the goblin boss says, giving a deep laugh. Without a moment's hesitation, Kid shouts back, "Don't think you can easily pick a fight with the likes of the great Kid and get away with it." Wait a minute, so you're the elusive Kid? The boss asks. as his eyes slightly narrow. How sweet is this? Perhaps if I deliver your head to Lord Lynx, he'll give me a nice reward. The boss goblin takes its morning star from its side. The huge iron ball jangles down to the floor. Please don't confuse us with any ordinary goblins. Striking fear into the hearts of men everywhere, we are Lynx's elite security force, the fearsome magical gobbler team. Jesus. If you got time to sprout off all that nonsense, then you sure got enough time to get your asses kicked, Kid shouts, exploding with a fierce roundhouse kick. The goblin teeters and staggers, dizzied by the brunt of her attack. Let's get him, boys. Start with that little twerp over there. Metal balls begin to swing around, swooshing through the air with a deadly speed. Jet Gobbler attacks. Now. Sliding across the floor like the wind, the goblins simultaneously rush us.
Oh man.
Damn.
There we go.
Looking up, all I see is a goblin coming at me head-on, ready to bash its weapon into my skull. Dodge or parry?
Parry.
Damn it made the decision for me. It's no use, my timing's off. A side shot from the goblin's Morningstar slices through the air. I try to dodge, but intense pain shoots into my side. I hit the floor with a tremendous thud. Sergey, get up! Hearing Kid's words, I somehow totter to my feet, cradling my wounded stomach. I can't let myself falter now. I've got to stay focused. Another huge iron ball whizzes through the air, swinging down toward me. Roll over and dodge it. Ram the bastard.
Nice.
I've got to think of a better strategy than just standing around. I quickly put my weight into the goblin, trying to force it off balance. Unfazed, the goblin moves only a little as I collide with it. I, however, bump off and tumble onto the ground. Ha! I scream as the goblin kicks me in the ribs. Kid comes to my aid, delivering a lightning quick strike to one of the goblins. What's the matter, huh? Where's your magical gobbler skills now, or whatever you call it? The goblin can't help it but collapse into the floor in pain. Kid boots it in the jaw before backing away for her next attack. Quit screwing around, Sergey. Keep an eye on your own trouble. Looking up, all I see is a goblin coming at me head-on, ready to bash its weapon into my skull. Parry.
Dodge. Okay.
Frantically parrying the goblin's attack, I try to lunge it with my knife. Quick as a mouse, I slice into the goblin's side. It lets loose a gnarling scream of pain as its putrid face contorts in agony. Kid comes to my aid, delivering a lightning quick strike to one of the goblins. What's the matter, huh? Where's your magical gobbler skills now, or whatever you call it? The goblin can't help but collapse onto the floor in pain. Kid boots it in the jaw before backing away for her next attack. Quit screwing around, Sergey. Keep an eye on your own trouble. Another huge iron ball whizzes through the air, swinging down towards me. Roll over and dodge it. As quickly as I can, I roll over and try to dodge the attack. Yes! The iron ball smashes into the floor, sending sparks flying everywhere. It misses me by a hair's breadth. I frantically scramble away from the weapon. Looking up, all I see is a goblin coming at me head-on, ready to bash its weapon into my skull. It's parry. Frantically parrying the goblin's attack, I try to lunge with my knife. However, before I can do anything, the goblin snaps me up in its thick arms and smashes me as hard as it can into the floor. My mind goes completely blank from the shock. Beside me, an arrow of light jumps out from McGill's fingertips, instantly pulverizing the goblin. The goblin topples to the ground, half vaporized. McGill stares at it with his ever-present eyes of steel as his dark cape flaps in the breeze. Another huge iron ball whizzes through the air, swinging down toward me. What do you think?
Roll over.
As quickly as I can, I roll over and try to dodge the attack.
Oh my
However,
gosh.
the iron ball strikes me square in the back, sending me clear off my feet. I hit the ground with a hard thud as the back of my head smacks against the hard stone floor. I roll over and try to recover, but the throbs of pain are unbearable. Sing, boy, sing the song of pain. Scampering away, I suddenly see a dark shadow cover the ground in front of me. Fearfully looking up, I see a huge goblin towering directly above my quivering body. Die, the goblin roars, swinging his weapon down. No, I won't go that easily. Kid comes to my aid, delivering a lightning quick strike to one of the goblins. What's the matter, huh? Where's your magical gobbler skills now, or whatever you call it? This is intense, man.
Yeah.
Kid boots it in the jaw before backing away for her next attack. Somebody asked if we can save, but we can't, so sorry. Quit screwing around, Sergey. Keep an eye on your own trouble. Whenever you want to eat, Mark, just let me know. We'll be
Let's
done.
try to get through this battle.
Okay.
Or die.
Phew, that's the last of them.
I don't know if you can die.
I swear I've died before.
We did a pretty bad job of that one. Like, every decision felt wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Damn it, Sergey, you're such a loon thinking you could rescue me from those goons like that. Worked out pretty well, though, eh, mate? We must be on our way, Majil says. There's no way of knowing. Who else knows we're here now? I know, that bastard's causing us too much trouble. They said they were Lynx's personal guards, yeah? They might have some valuable stuff on him, but before she even finishes speaking, Kid starts to search through the head goblin's clothes. Sheesh, there's really no need to be such a scavenger. Hey, what's this, she says, removing a small metal object from the goblin's pocket. It's a hand-shaped medallion of some sort, covered in archaic-looking symbols. It's a key, Majil says, walking over toward us. These markings suggest it unlocks a certain magical seal. Maybe we put it in that face? Wow, well, they're lost, says Kid, casually putting the plate in her pocket. Damn it, they don't have any other good stuff. Cheap goblins. She stands up and looks around, sighing. It'd be a waste to leave all this loot behind, though. We can always come back for it later, Kid. Kid turns around and grins. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's go. The night won't last forever.
We could try just putting that thing in the mouth of truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the map again.
And then I'm down to call it a night. Or we could show off some of the Black Friday stuff too, if you want, before we close down the stream.
So let's head towards the terrace. Yeah, we'll show off the Black Friday stuff for sure.
Let's see here.
Proceed towards the terrace. Oops. Proceed through the hallway.
Looks like we could have done something differently to get past that blood fountain.
Oh, Aggro Craggle donated $10. This game has been a blast to watch. Thank you. Thanks, Aggro. We really appreciate it. So sweet of you. What did you say, Mark? We could have done something different?
I think if we did something in that blood fountain area, we could have, like, got down into the... I mean, maybe the mouth of truth will reveal something.
Yeah. Yeah, what was even the choices for that? It was like...
It's hard to know. It was like, I feel like there was quite a few, and it was like, touch the fishies. Don't touch the fishies.
I definitely would not have touched the fishes.
Yeah, maybe there was no option.
Okay, we gotta go towards the stone archway.
Down the stairs. Oh yeah, you're going
Go
downstairs.
through the archway.
I can't see now, but that's okay.
Oh, it says, are you serious? There's no way in hell I'm going back there to be eaten alive. Yeah, losing a leg or two wouldn't do a thing for your girlish figure. Having stopped before the atrium, we once again come to the ominous mouth of truth. Okay, good. Maybe there's something we didn't try before, Kid says, taking out our personal effects and holding them out at me. Me again? Kid smiles at me innocently. Amidst my hesitation, I reach out for one of her accessories. Use the hand-shaped plate. I take the hand-shaped plate. Its strange, contorted symbols give me a headache just by looking at them. Nervously, I reach in and place it onto the tongue. It's a perfect fit. Sliding it into place, I quickly remove my hand and back away a few steps. The huge white eyes start moving around slowly, and a slight vibration can be felt from behind the wall. Something's happening.
Can you move the map?
Something big. Can I what?
Move the window in front of the screen share. Oh, there we go. Now I can see. It was grayed out from another window. It's totally fine.
Something's happening, something big. I just wish I knew whether it's good or bad. An odd sound escapes from the mouth of truth as its eyes continue to roll. I want to make a run for it. However, I look over and see the ever fearless expression in Kid's eyes and stay my ground. Suddenly the marble sculpture stops moving. I stare at it, wondering what's going on. Then its tongue starts to roll around inside its mouth, while its eyes tilt further and further upwards until its pupils disappear underneath its eyelids. We hear the plate sliding down its throat, vanishing into the deep, dark depths of the mansion. What's happening? Apparently a pious being such as this may roll its eyes from time to time. The simple fact that Majil tried to make a joke just there makes me stop and forget where I am for a second. All that's going to happen is you're going to lose another one of my things. I could have got a lot of cash for that, Kid says regrettably. Suddenly, over by the atrium, we start to hear some sort of a latch being opened. And then moments later, the sound of water draining echoes throughout the corridor. Taking a few steps toward the atrium, I see the red water has formed into a whirlpool and is flowing down into the pond. The piranhas are being washed away. What's the matter, little fishies? Not enough water? Aw. Playtime's over, you nasty buggers. Come on, I'm dying to see what's past that fountain. Having crossed through the atrium, eventually we come to a split in the path. Well, what do you think, Mark? I know you're getting hungry. The map looks so simple when you look at it, like Aggro Craggle has said here. There's only really 2 rooms that we haven't been to in this castle.
I see. I'm looking at it now too. So now we're getting to the catacombs / kitchen / armory.
Yeah. Are you looking at a walkthrough?
No, I'm just looking at the map that was sent by Aggro.
Okay, I'm gonna look up howlongtobeat.com and type in
Nice.
Radical Dreamers and see if this is something that... It says main story 4 hours.
Wow, really?
Yeah. If you want to go make food or whatever, I can just keep playing. It's not that big of a deal. I kind of wanted to see it through to the end. It's like, I feel like we've gotten this far already.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I can just tune in and out.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
I don't know. I mean, we're 1 hour in, or what?
I'd say we're I don't know, 2.5 hours in.
I guess, yeah. It just feels like we haven't gotten very far.
I know.
But maybe we have.
I know.
And I guess you can't just leave the system on
No.
until the next time.
There's no save states. Okay, so the left is the catacombs and the right is the kitchen and the armory. And I can see right here, big spoiler, there's a catacombs key in the armory. So it seems useless to go to the left. So let's take the right. Ed Jr.'s backseat game in here too says, I think you need to choose the right path, since there is a redacted spoiler. Ed Jr., feel free to go watch Vapor Space. I'm not planning the stream around their stream. If you want to watch them, that's great, but I'm not, I'm going to keep playing. All of a sudden, a chilly wind blows past me. Not only that, but also a thick fog has started to accumulate all around us. We're in trouble. It swirls around us faster and faster. After a few moments, it coagulates before me, forming into some sort of humanoid shape. It's a poltergeist. Don't move. Oh shit.
Damn.
Kid's whispering does nothing but add to my increasing feelings of fear and dread. How are we supposed to fight something that doesn't even have a body? From beside me, a low voice starts to echo throughout the dim hallway. It's Majil. He seems to be starting some sort of incantation. But what am I going to do in the meantime? Let's hide behind Majil. I run and hide behind Majil, but this only seems to draw the poltergeist's attention. It blows a gust of wind in my direction. Suddenly I find myself hurling through the air, crashing into a nearby wall a moment later. I'm starting to feel lightheaded. Suddenly I feel incredibly tired. I open my eyes only to see that there's a chilly fog all around me. It must be starting to drain my life force. I've got to stop it before it sucks me dry. I try to dissipate the fog by waving my arms around, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. getting so tired. Feels as though I'm sinking deeper and deeper into an icy tomb as I continue to get sleepier and sleepier. Cold. A moment later, I feel the warm grip of Majil's hand seize the back of my neck. He begins to chant, and a soft blue light surrounds my field of vision. His words reverberate inside my head, and suddenly, the fog dissipates. Did he save us?
Or we dead?
Sergey. Hey, Sergey, you still with us? I hear as I realize someone's slapping me again and again. Kid. Dazed, I stumble back to my feet. All of this magic is making me dizzy. I had to counter the poltergeist attack directly through your body, Sergey. Majil says. You will survive. Come on, what are we waiting for? Kid stammers blankly. Damn.
That was cool.
Tyler C says, I'm curious about that Severe Mountain Path floppy disk. So Tyler C, it has a severely bit-reduced MP3 of our single Severe Mountain Path, and it also has a walkthrough written by one of Mark's friends, as if, you know, Nameless Dreamers were an RPG, and it's like one part of the walkthrough. It's done like kind of a game FAQ style, and it's really cool. And we decided we're gonna like leave the walkthrough exclusive to the floppy, right, Mark?
Yeah, it's like a text file, Unicode, kind of like no formatting, so it feels at home on a floppy disk.
So yeah, you gotta get a USB to floppy disk reader, or have an old computer to read the walkthrough.
It's got some ASCII art on there.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You can get a USB floppy reader for like $10 on Amazon. Ouch! My body is screaming at me from all of my cuts and bruises. And I'm a mess upstairs too. I don't know how much more of this I can handle. I really need to watch myself from here on out. You got a thing or two to learn, but you're getting there, mate. Kid's mischievous eyes sparkle as I glance at her for a moment in the dim moonlight. I set off down the corridor with her, ready for what's next. Wait a sec, what's that? I bend down and pick up a small leather sack. Looking inside, I find a small bottle filled with a clear liquid. Well, go on, mate. You found it. You drink it. I hesitantly gulp up the potion. Oh, wow. I feel great. It's making my wounds heal as fast as lightning. Want some, kid? Oh, sorry. It's all gone. We've been really lucky with the potions. After a little ways down the passageway, we come to a descending staircase. Okay. So
if you die and you're like 2 hours in,
I think that's just it. Like, you have to restart.
that's brutal.
I swear I remember dying in that goblin attack before.
I guess why would they have potion if...
Slowly walk down the stairs, taking it deep below the ground, as though it was descending further and further into an endless abyss. Once we reach the bottom, we come to another split. We can go to the left or right, but both paths look equally dismal. So looking at the map, looks like the right leads to the kitchen, the left leads to the armory with the catacombs key. Should we check out the armory?
That's where the catacombs key is, right? Yeah, let's go there.
After a
I'm
little
just
ways...
gonna see what it looks like, and then I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna check something.
Sure. After a little ways, we're presented with a sturdy set of doors. Wooden plaque has been hung above the door frame. Only one word is written on it. Armory. Armory, huh? I don't know. I couldn't agree more. A kid will probably start spouting off some headstrong nonsense, getting us into some sort of terrible scenario where we'll eventually be surrounded by a dozen guards at least. I don't know, mate. If we go in there, you'll just get into some sort of whiny panic or something. Incredible, this mutual admiration we have for each other. We turn around, heading back through the passageway.
What?
Heading away from the armory, we come upon an upward staircase on the right. The passageway continues on ahead. Let's proceed on through.
Gotta check the kitchen.
After a little while, the passageway ends at a small door.
Okay, I'm gonna see what the kitchen looks like, then I'll be RB.
Go for it. Hey, I smell home cooking. Oh, it's just a small kitchen.
The kitchen looks dank.
For the servants, probably, I add. I look around the tiny room. There's a sink, pots and pans, and a bunch of food in the cupboards. A rat hangs off in a cage in a corner, but aside from that, it's a pretty average kitchen. Kid walks over to a deep saucepan and peers inside. Smells fresh. Want some grub, Sergey? No. In a place like this? Are you kidding? Rats like that one over there are probably the main ingredient. Ignoring me, kid smacks her lips, taking a scoop of the stuff. You having any, Majil? No, thank you. Alright, well, I don't see why. It's great. Jesus, kid. But then all of a sudden, a quiet, shrill voice echoes out. It seems to be coming from over by the cage. Ah, what an independent young lad. Are all the boys wearing braids these days? I stop and look at Kid. Who's there? Looking over in the direction of the voice, we see nothing but the single rat. It stares at us with its small, beady eyes. Jesus. I'm going to look at the chat here for a second. Agaro says the floppy Airship 12-inch and Equip Ears combo is a nice package. Yeah, we think so too. Maybe at my grandpa's house. The floppy, it makes me wish I still had my compact Desk Pro. Yeah, I used to have a compact Presario, Sephi. Greetings, lads. Greetings, Rick. Agro says, instead of being smart and getting a modern floppy USB reader, I use old floppy drive and external adapter to USB. That's awesome. Vintage floppy drive is cooler than USB, I agree. Old components are sharp as fuck. Thing has some knife edges. Yeah, I've got a big old SCSI CD drive that is, it's very sharp. Sephi says, I have 2 machines with floppy bays, just no actual drives. Alright, let's see what this talking rat has to say. Excuse me. You're a girl, not a boy. It looks like Kid can't decide whether to be puzzled or infuriated by all this. Just between you and me, I don't think this is the first time her personality has led someone to think she's a guy. At any rate, the brown rat continues. Listen, please, kind humans. I am trapped within a most unfortunate situation. While on my way to the kitchen this morning to bring some food for my mother, goblins seized me and trapped me in here in this cage. Unless I can escape, I am to be a side dish for their next meal. Still a bit agitated at its last remark, Kid stares at the rat suspiciously. Please, you must help me. My desperately ill mother awaits my return, the rat pleads, its eyes twinkling in the light. Kid shrugs her shoulders, letting out a sigh. Don't cry. Here, we'll let you go. Setting the cage down on the floor, Kid opens the cage door. Heh. The rat laughs, as a strange smile comes over its face. You really are a bunch of fools. Splitting out those words, the rat suddenly starts to tremble before rapidly growing in size, growing larger and larger by the second. Jesus. This is intense. It's a griffin. Stupid humans. You're just in time for lunch. Mothers, that is. Damn, these monsters. The griffin rises up onto its hind legs, screeching and flapping its huge wings. Suddenly, its sharp talons swoop down at us. Hit the deck. I frantically try to dodge the beast, hoping to avoid these terrifying 3-inch claws. I manage to avoid its blow, but I'm now cornered into the back of the room. As it inches near me for a strike, it rises up onto its hind legs once again, this time even higher than before. However, in a moment of blind luck, the griffin suddenly loses balance on the slippery floor and comes crashing to the ground. Ugh. Wow, talk about close calls. I let out a breath of relief as I stand over the griffin, wondering what to do next. So, you ugly little rat, now who's stupid? Wait, please, I beg of you, kind, beautiful human girl. I am aware of valued information. If you promise to spare my life, I will tell you a special secret of the mansion. I don't know, you lied already, you bugger. I'd rather just kill you and have it be over with, Kid says, taking a step closer. Kid, let us hear what he has to say, Majil says, coming between them. Kid pauses for a second and then steps back. Thank you. That would have been fun, Kid says, shrugging. One day, you too may find yourselves within my situation, caged in on all sides. If such a fate comes to pass, remember these directions, and your lives shall be spared. Right 3 steps, left 2 steps, right 3 steps, and then you'll see. I'm going to take a freaking picture of this with my phone. Just in case we need to reference it later. No sooner than it says this, the griffin transforms back into a rat, scurrying off into a crack in the wall. I sure hope sparing that thing is worth it. Who knows when it'll sneak up on us next. Before me, Kid comes to an abrupt stop. My knife's ready, but all I can see is darkness. Then from up ahead, I start to hear a clattering noise. whatever it is, it's coming closer and closer. Goblins. Damn. It's the sound of iron armor clanking against stone floor, I'm sure of it. Try to suggest we run or grip my knife and stand ready. Damn. Huh. I'm kind of tempted to just run. But, geez, I don't know. Mark, decision time. I'll wait for Mark. So you didn't miss a whole lot.
What's going on?
There was a rat in the kitchen.
Okay.
And Kid let the rat out, and then the rat transformed into a giant griffin and tried to kill us.
Jesus.
But we dodged it, and then we surrounded it, and it slipped on the wet floor of the kitchen. Right before we were going to kill it, it gave us some information and turned back into a rat and scurried away. And the information, I took a pic with my phone, and it was basically, if you're caged in on all sides, your life will be spared if you go right 3 steps, left 2 steps, right 2 steps, and then you'll see. So I wonder if that has something to do with the spikes or something, the spike pit. That's the only thing I can think of. So back in the hallway, leading towards the armory, we hear goblins coming towards us. Should we run or stand ready?
Should probably run.
Okay, let's run. Quit being such a fraidy cat. They already know we're here, mate. Her words stabbing me like a rusty nail. Come on, let's get him, she yells, insanely bolting down the passageway. Let me get my knife ready. Guess that wasn't a real choice. The goblins amount to 5 in all. They seem more intelligent from the usual fare, probably due to some awful form of education and human torture and suffering. Each of them is as tall as Majil, but at least twice as thick. Each of them is equipped with a morning star as well as a mace at the side. These chain-bound spiked metal balls look deadly enough from here. I hope they aren't as skillful with these things as I think they are. Laughing heartily at us, the one in the front starts to swing its morning star over its head, taking a step toward me. What do I do now? Deflect its blow with my knife or jump back as it swings?
Jump back.
Not a single moment after I leap back, the iron ball smashes into the stone floor. I can't rely on this little knife to parry those huge morning stars. Yeah, good call. There's no way I'll survive fighting like that. Run my knife into the goblin's chest or slash at its hand. I think in the hand.
Yeah.
Seizing the opportunity to score a hit against unprotected flesh, I slash the goblin's extended hand before it has a chance to recoil its weapon. I tear open a huge gash, revealing muscles and tendons. Recoiling its violently bleeding hand, in a shock of hysteria, it lets go of its morning star. Lunge my knife into the goblin, aiming for its heart, throw my knife at it while trying to recover the dropped morning star. Hurl my knife at it, snatching the mace dangling at its hip. I'm going for hurl.
Okay.
Or should we lunge? I say we... Damn, this is a hard one.
Hit the morning star.
I quickly flash my hand out, throwing my knife at its face. As it dodges the oncoming blade, I quickly dive to the floor to retrieve the dropped morning star. Once I have it, I scurry away from the beast as fast as I can. The goblin turns toward me, instantly realizing what just happened, angrier than ever. Gulp. Dijon! Hey, Dijon! Gulp. Aiming again for its face, I start to swing the heavy chain around and around. But there's not enough time to get this thing going. The goblin pounces on me, grabbing its weapon back, then starts to strangle me with the chain. I pull at the chain, but the goblin's got it wrapped around me much too tightly. Help! Suddenly, Majil walks up directly in front of us. Lower your weapon, he orders. Grunting a short laugh, the goblin tosses me aside to take care of the seemingly frail, unarmed man. It rushes Majil, reaching for the mace dangling at its hip. Just as this happens, Majil instantly throws a high kick toward the goblin's face. The mace flies into the air as the goblin falls flat on its back. Majil numbly catches the mace. He swings it descent downwards, crushing the goblin's head only a split second later. This entire incident takes only a few seconds, unfolding right before my eyes. Hey, kid shouts out. Next time you decide to do something like that, be sure you can handle what you're getting yourself into. Really, kid, what a great battle strategies. Just a little positive encouragement once in a while wouldn't help. I wish I had the guts to talk to her like that, but I remember if I did, I'd probably just end up having one more bloodthirsty beast after me. Chat loves Dijon. Dijon's a star.
Fans, buddy.
Ouch, my body is screaming at me from all of my cuts and bruises, and I'm a mess upstairs too. I don't know how much more of this I can handle. I really need to watch myself from here on out. You got a thing or two to learn, but you're getting there, mate. Kid's mischievous eyes sparkle as I glance at her for a moment in the dim moonlight. I set off down the corridor with her, ready for what's next. Before long,
Did you get any keys or anything?
No. We just got that bit of information. Let's go forward. I want to get into that armory. Okay, they're not going to let us in there, so I guess we got to go back. Up the stairs.
We could try the catacombs and see if those instructions help.
I'm thinking we got to try the catacombs to like trigger the something.
That door wasn't locked, was it?
We never tried it.
Okay.
But considering the map says catacombs key is in the armory, I think.
Yeah.
From the top, we're faced with a dimly lit corridor. We head down it, quietly masking our steps. Continuing on through the passage, eventually we come to a branch. If we turn left, we'll be taken back to the atrium. Heading straight through will lead us into darkness.
Darkness.
Darkness. After a bit of walking, we come to an old-looking door with a brass handle. Damn it, another locked door. I don't get it. There's no smell of gold or nothing. This leads to Viper Manor's catacombs, says Majil hesitantly. He's right. Standing here in silence, I realize there's a faint scent of death in the air.
What?
And then putting my ear on the door, I start to hear deep, tortured moans from far beyond. Damn. I jump back, looking at the door. Let's try somewhere else. Heading away from the catacombs, we eventually come to a split. Turning right heads to the atrium, while proceeding straight through will take us to a downward staircase. Damn, dude. What now?
What were your instructions?
The instructions. If you find yourself trapped in, caged in on all sides, right 3 steps, left 2 steps, right 2 steps. And then you'll see. Should we just bring up a walkthrough?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Nav the walkthrough here. While you're looking at a walkthrough, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
Okay, buddy. Oh my god. Trying to look at a walkthrough while Dijon has other ideas. That's okay, Craigle, about the spoiler. It's not a huge... It's only been helpful for us. Okay, oh my god. How far have we gotten in this game? Oh my god, Dijon. Hey, buddy.
All right, what next, Mark?
Okay. The walkthrough is very short. So maybe we're further than I thought.
I feel like we're towards the end of the game. We've literally covered like all the rooms.
I guess I thought the catacombs would like connect to another area
Yeah, it looks like just one room.
where people are being tortured and moaning.
Yeah.
Dijon was giving me a hard time while I was trying to look at the walkthrough.
I'm sure. Okay.
Catacombs. Oh, this is... I just read a spoiler. Fuck. It's cool as hell, though. Were you just in the storeroom?
No. So if we're looking at the map, we're right in between catacombs, atrium, and that lower stairway with the kitchen and the armory. It wouldn't let us go into the armory.
It says just go into the armory.
Okay, I guess we go back down the stairs then.
And we already got the hand-shaped plate.
Yep.
Exit. Mouth of Truth. There's a chance we might have to go to Riddle's room.
Yeah, it didn't seem like we did much there.
Well, there's like point system for relationship.
Huh. Nice. She said the key to the catacombs has got to be here. Kid places your ear on the door, not a peep. Go in. Someone is here, however. With a book in hand, a single goblin sits in a chair, humming to itself. A sweet aroma fills the room, presumably from the teacups sitting on the table before it. There's something different about this goblin. It doesn't seem hostile in the least. Looking up from its book, it examines us from behind its bifocals. Ah, welcome. It's rare to have visitors all the way down here. Too bad we're not guests, Kid shouts. If you want to live, tell us where the key to the catacombs is. And with that, Kid takes her knife and thrusts it into the deck, slicing through the tablecloth. The goblin remains docile. Ah, you must be the elusive Kid. I so wanted to see you with my own eyes. We've all heard so much about you. But before it can finish its sentence, Kid grabs the knife and hurls it through the air. The goblin sets its book down, now unreadable, due to the 7-inch blade protruding through it. It removes the knife and places it on the table. Your reputation precedes you. You're quite a radical young lady. Nevertheless, it's a shame. I wanted to see how that novel ended up. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Esmeld. It says, offering a simple introduction. Please, I do hate to keep my guests standing at bay. Come, sit. We shall converse over tea. My first thought is that it's poisoned. Despite my efforts, Majil sits down.
Oh, I'm frozen here. I can't see the game anymore. It just froze a little. seconds ago on the screen sharing thing.
Oh, screen share froze? Should I
Oh my god.
try again?
Dijon. Maybe.
I'm gonna
Yeah, just
stop sharing and then start sharing again.
Oh. Nice.
Did it come back?
It's working.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's like, come on, I have gigabit direct wired Ethernet. I don't know why Skype's giving me problems. Take a seat next to Majil. Or look at Kid.
Take a seat.
Pardon me, I'm snacking too. Trusting Majil, I sit down next to him. Surely he's got something up his sleeve.
We
Looking at
might
Kid.
only be halfway through right now.
Looking at Kid, she truly doesn't want anything to do with this. She remains standing, keeping a vigilant eye on Esmeld. Black tea is set for 3 at the table. Ah, there we are. After a moment, Majil takes the teacup and brings it slowly to his mouth. He takes a sip and then sets the cup down on the table. Esmeld smiles. Ah, Himalayan chimpanzee. I've not had this blend in some time, Majil says. I see you are a gentleman of fine taste. I'll have you know, not many of my visitors have known this type of black tea. Listening to their banter, I stare at my cup. Could it really be poisoned? Picking up the teacup, I bring it close to my mouth. It doesn't smell so bad. Delicious, I exclaim. I've never had anything like this before. I loosen up a bit, sitting back in my chair. Wait a sec, what's going on? My wounds, they're being healed. Damn. Looking over towards Kid, she seems to be enjoying it as well. So let's get down to business. Certainly the key to the catacombs has to be around here somewhere. Whether I remember where it is, however, that's a different story. Tough luck, give us the key. Is there something you'd like in exchange? Should we be nice to this goblin?
Yeah, why not?
Something I want. Your life, perhaps, he says, as his eyes light up from behind his glasses. Grab my knife. Oh, you misunderstand, young man. I do not wish to harm you, Esmeld says, noticing the sudden look of shock on my face. I enjoy chatting with the many types of visitors that we have in the mansion. Surely, as an adventurer, you must have plenty of interesting stories to tell. Adding to this, he looks in my direction with a smile. I look highly on unique stories and have been known to reward such storytellers. Staring down at the dark liquid before me, I start to rack my brain for a really good story. Okay, I've got it. On one particular evening, a small girl walked through the dark, dreary forest. The girl had searched anywhere and everywhere for the golden sunflower, the only cure for her mother's illness. The girl suddenly came across a large beetle.
Yeah, the first one sounds better.
And so after walking endlessly, the sunflower was nowhere to be found. After 3 days, the girl hadn't eaten a single thing. Let's make it painful.
Yeah.
A fine beginning, perhaps. Is that all? No, Suddenly before her, she came across a gold light shining in a clearing. It was the golden sunflower. The girl put a few of the sunflower seeds into her bag. She was sure it would cure her mother, she thought. However, it was all a dream. With a happy face, the girl awoke, ready to start another day. Oh, brother. A fairly interesting story. Very well, here's the key. As Mullen leans over toward the wall and knocks on a certain spot. There, a secret trapdoor opens up. He reaches in and takes out a key. However, as I start to reach for the key, Esmeld recoils his hand. Sighing, the goblin speaks. Yeah, I suppose you could say there's something more that I wish for. I glance at Majil and then back to Esmeld. Long ago, when I was a young foolish lad, I was involved with General Viper's daughter, Miss Riddle. Riddle? The General's daughter? Oh, you didn't know? Indeed, Miss Riddle's true father was General Viper. Anyhow, for the sake of harnessing the power of the frozen flame, Lord Lynx abducted Miss Riddle, taking her as his own daughter. Within that strange rock lies a strong mental connection to this particular mistress, and so I've resided here all these years, silently waiting for the right time to exact revenge on Lord Lynx for taking my dear Miss Riddle from me. If you have come in order to find Lord Lynx, promise me you will not mention any of this. You have come here to slay him, have you not? Esmeld asked calmly, holding the key in his hand.
Sure.
Yeah. Unfazed by the question, I answer truthfully. Well, this is sure a strange turn of events, hearing these things from a goblin who's supposed to be defending Viper Manor. All of a sudden, Kid interrupts. Hell with the time being. Yeah, that's our plan, all right. I see. Well, I certainly don't wish to detain you any longer. I would help you more, but I prefer not to openly side myself with either party, he says, handing us the key. Well, there's still something you got that I want. Esmeld looks up curious. How about some more of that great tea of yours? Esmeld thinks for a second, then reaches behind him. Very well, one bag, he says, reluctantly parting with the tea bag. Okay, leave it to us. Putting the tea bag down her bosom, Kid says to Esmeld, yeah, you don't have to worry about a thing. I never lie about my promises. Esmeld nods, smiling. Let's head out. The frozen flame's bound to be around here somewhere, Kid says, heading to the door in high spirits. Majil pays his respects, and we're off. Damn. I guess that was...
we were going to get the key.
I didn't think so either.
But it's going to make us tell him like 30 different stories.
Right.
The right combination of... Yeah.
That's the padding for the game right there is the...
Yeah.
Going to the catacombs.
The smell of death.
Okay, the goblin's key should open this door, Kid says, putting the key into the lock. With a click, the door unlocks. The door opens with a deep creak. Damp air creeps up from below, peering into the dark, decrepit place. I wonder how I ever got talked into coming to a place like this. Damn. That bass again. We find ourselves in a long hallway, flanked on both sides by rows of countless jail cells. The cold iron bars stretch in front of us endlessly. Edgar Craigle says, let's do the dramatic option and sit. Nigerian Sparrow, a fine blend. Hot tea vibes. Combo ASMR stream, yeah. Ed Jr. says, is that artisanal peanut butter Equip? I am eating an apple, Ed Jr. No peanut butter involved. What is your opinion on potato bread? I don't think it's vegan.
Potato bread. Sounds good.
Oh, Gorba, Merkid, Zorinder, forgive me. A quiet sobbing voice seems to be coming from the third cell on the right. I peer around the corner into a cell. In this dim, deep, damp space, an old man sits in solitude, quietly mumbling to himself. Hey, mister. Everyone, and it was all because of me. Every last one of the dragoons. Miss Riddle, even the general. Forgive me. Please. Ignoring us, the old man continues to mutter, staring at the floor as he rocks back and forth. Hey, can you hear me? Kid says, shaking the bars a little. He will not hear a thing. He has constructed a wall around himself, Majil says. What do you mean? I asked Majil. A wall used for shielding one's minds from reality. After being exposed to horrific events, tremendous amounts of pain and guilt has this effect on a person. He has made a safe world inside his own mind where he retreats into. From there, he refuses to acknowledge anything he does not want to admit. I noticed that talking about this has given Majil a sort of sad, lost look in his face. Noticing my glance, he quickly turns away from me. Strange. Majil somehow reminded me of Kid just then. When Majil turns back, his usual blank expression is returned. Does this make sense to you, Sergey? Majil asks. Yes, it does. Yes. Majil continues, looking at Kid and me. We rarely see the walls we're trapped within. However, given time, some can come to understand and possibly even break free of these shortcomings. I wait for Majil to finish, but he doesn't end up saying anything. I'd ask, but oh well. The mind, revealing itself to itself. This is deep. We can't help this old geezer. Let's get back to work, Kid says, already heading for the door. Wait, Kid, Majil calls out. Somehow or another, we may yet find a way into this man's mind. What good will that do? Didn't you hear what he was talking about? The dragoons, Riddle, General Viper? He's probably just into old folklore or something, Kid says, returning to the door. I have a feeling his knowledge will prove to be useful. Certainly has heard something of importance concerning her situation, Majil asks. Well, I guess we ought to help the old bloke out with his troubles while we're here. What do you say we do? Kid asks. Somehow we have to put an end to this?
Yeah.
Huh? Kid says, looking up. You got a problem with me? No, that's not what I meant. But before I can explain, Kid's fist suddenly flies into my face. Narrowly avoiding the blow, I look up to see Majil starting to speak again. We must find a way to reach beyond this wall. For every locked door, there exists a key, so to speak. We will never make any progress with this man until we know what lies in his past. What are you talking about? A key? Kid asks. I do not know either, Majil answers. However, there's at least one person in Viper Manor who does. Riddle, indeed. So we're going back to Riddle's room?
Yeah.
Okay. Heading away from the catacombs, we eventually come to a split. Turning right heads back to the atrium while proceeding straight through will head us to a downward staircase. Chris just said 18 Nameless Dreamers left, almost out of these.
Ooh.
Nice. So I guess we turn right. Eventually I start to smell the pungent odor of dead fish. Gross.
Hmm.
We return to the atrium. Ahead of us we see another archway which will take us back to an upward staircase and eventually links us and Riddle's quarters. Continue on through the room.
Head down the passageway.
Down the passageway. You got a potato bread discourse in the chat. I feel like I've only had potato bread like once at a barbecue. It's like thick and yellow. I'm sure it's delicious. Enter the room, right?
Yeah.
This map is super handy.
Oh, I guess she's not there.
Damn. Where are we going then? Is someone there? I instantly hide behind the door, trying to figure out where that voice came from. It sounded like a girl, but it wasn't Kid.
Oh, I guess someone is there.
It's Lynx's adopted daughter, Riddle. It has to be her. Odd. I could have sworn I heard someone come in, she says. Apparently she hasn't seen us yet. What do we do? I keep myself hidden behind the door. Suddenly, Kid bolts out from behind a chair. She silently comes up behind Riddle, putting a knife to her throat. We've come for the frozen flame. Where is it? Kid yells in a low, strict voice. Kid, there's no need to be like that, I say, trying to calm her down. Quiet, Sergey. Riddle giggles at the two of us. What's so funny? Kid says in a tight tone. Oh, come on, you can't be thieves. You're far too noisy. I wouldn't be saying such things if I was you. Well, then go ahead and cut me. At that moment, I picture in my head Riddle collapsing with a blue face smeared in blood. Kid, look at her. She's not going to hurt us. Damn it, all right. Still, don't think I'm not keeping an eye on you. The feeling is mutual, Riddle says. Don't worry, we're not your enemies. We're not after your power, I say to Riddle, trying to keep cool. We've just come to talk. If there's anything you could tell us about the Frozen Flame, or perhaps the Acacia Dragoons. Hearing these words, a somber look comes over Riddle's face. After a moment, she begins to speak. Yes, the Frozen Flame has kept in a kingdom to the north for centuries, legend has it. With its subtle, mysterious power, it allegedly could guide people and change history, all while somehow remaining elusive to those who sought it, or so I have heard. At the time of that kingdom's downfall, it was seized from its resting place. Passed from hand to hand, finally it came into the possession of my father, General Viper. Lynx approached my father as a friend years ago. Blindly trusting him, my father was taken advantage of by Lynx, unable to realize his true intentions. And so, on that fateful day, struck down by his alleged friend, my father was robbed and left for dead. Averting her eyes, Riddle buries her face in her hands. I didn't know Lynx was behind all this at the time he took me into custody. I was just a child. That cursed rock, I didn't know anything about it, and I don't want to. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I want nothing more than to see this all come to an end, she says with tears in her eyes. I'm taken aback hearing these words. Suddenly, Majil comes forward to speak. Do you know of the old man who is currently locked away in the catacombs? That traitor, because of him, my father, my dear Zorinder. Please, miss. Turning her back on us, Riddle pauses. After a moment, she turns around, letting out a deep sigh. Yes, I know the man of whom you speak. He is an Acacia Dragoon, is he not? Majil asks. He was, before he spent countless days and nights locked up in the torture chamber, losing his mind as well as his identity in the process. I remember the day they removed him from that dreadful room, beaten within an inch of his life. The torture chamber you speak of is the room upstairs with the trap ceiling, correct? Riddle nods silently. Perhaps we may find a clue to his past there, says Majil. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. If you must search that room, be sure you have the Einlanzer with you before you do. I what? Kid asks. It is a holy white sword created long ago by ancient sages, along with its demonic brother, the Masamune.
Cool.
It was the Acacia Dragoon's most prized weapon. It once glided through the air in Zorinder's hand, shimmering like a star. Now, however, the Dragoons are all but extinct, and the sword has been stored somewhere in this mansion, as though it were some sort of trivial memento. It's much more than a common sword, though. Shielded by his magical enchantment, its bearer will be protected against many forms of evil. Thinking of those memories of days long gone, again Riddle hangs her head in sadness. I wish I could be more of a help to you. I apologize. Nah, that was plenty, Kid says, heading out of the room. But I wish I was more powerful like you people, Riddle says, biting her lip. Stopping in front of the doorway, Kid looks over her shoulder. Strength didn't get us here. Power comes from believing in yourself. I see. I wish you luck. As she heads out of the room, Kid mutters, hope it ain't bad luck. So, was it that sword in the storeroom, do you think? In the treasure vault? Or the clock room? The clock room storeroom? Because Kid grabbed his sword there, remember?
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, yeah. Do we have the sword?
No.
Okay.
Majil said to put it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go to the clock tower storeroom. Do you have the map still?
Yeah. Ahead of me, I hear Kid come to a sudden stop. What's wrong? I ask in a whimper. I look over, only see Kid pointing down the dark hallway. Squinting my eyes, I try to look for something. After a while, I start to see some sort of a white mass a ways ahead of us. What is it? I ask, readying my knife. And then, as if reacting to my voice, it starts to quickly scurry towards us, growing taller and taller as it approaches.
It's a fucking ghost.
It's a skeleton.
Oh, god damn it.
Quick, what do we do? Ram it?
Ram it.
I immediately start rushing, hoping to catch it off guard. Ah! With a hollow clatter, the skeleton comes toppling down to the ground. Ribs fly everywhere as its spine breaks in two. I think you've had enough, Kid shouts, looking over the crumbling heap of bones. Suddenly, as if somehow reacting to her taunts, the skeleton's remains begin to stir once again. I back away in shock as the skeleton's torso starts to prop itself up with its left hand. Its right hand then grabs its dislodged skull and holds it up, staring straight at
I'll be
us.
back in a minute.
Cool. What the? Suddenly the skeleton hurls its skull at me with blinding speed. What do I do? Catch it. Let's catch it. I nimbly catch the skull in my hand. The mute marks display captured here. Smash it to the floor. I kneel down to the ground and raise the skull high above my head. Then with all my might, I hurl it down to the ground with blinding speed. As soon as I do this, the remains of the skeleton crumble lifelessly to the ground. Kid runs up to the pile, scattering the bones everywhere. Relieved, I crawl back a ways, staring at the shattered skull before me. That was like the smoothest combat encounter we've had yet. That's crazy. Agro Crackle says, Equip or Mark, if you don't mind, how many of the 100% green airships were pressed as compared to how many black ones? You know, I think there are 50 green ones, and I believe there are maybe 150 black ones. There's not that many of either one, but I'm not sure. You'll have to ask Mark when he gets back for the exact numbers. Oh, Fighting Island, what is up? I'm glad you could join us on this late stream here. Yeah, nothing went wrong. Okay, just a curiosity. Yeah, I think I know that there's 50 of the 100% one, so that's the most limited one. Now you've had enough, Kit says. Kneeling down, I rest for a minute to tend my wounds. Hey, no whining. You're not that bad, mate. I've seen worse hangovers than how you look right now. I wish I had her determination. After I finish applying my bandages, I get up, hoping I'll be okay. I can't start to give up now, but boy, these cuts are really starting to hurt. You got a thing or two to learn, but you're getting there, mate. Kid's mischievous eyes sparkle as I glance over her for a moment in the dim moonlight. I set off down the corridor with her, ready for what's next. Continuing on through the passage, eventually we come to a branch. We see an upward staircase on the left, as well as a stone archway directly ahead. So if we're going back to the clock room storeroom, we need to go up the stairs. And then from the staircase, I believe we take a right toward the terrace. This is really exciting. This is the furthest I've ever gotten in Radical Dreamers. I've always wanted to play this game all the way through, but I think the inability to save has always kind of gotten me, has always messed me up. So I feel like it's best just to kind of power through it now. Okay, turn right, heading towards the terrace. And I'm glad Aggro thought to link the map. Because it really helps. It really, really helps visualize this. So. We make our way down the dimly lit passageway. After a few moments, we come to an old rusty door on the right. This is the clock room storeroom, if I remember correctly. Let's go in there. The room is quiet except for the sound of the gears. There's no sign of the hooded lady anywhere. We rush over towards the sword. Looking down at it, Majil starts to speak. This may be what we're looking for. By the looks of it, the sword could be the fabled holy Einlanzer, or perhaps the demonic Massamune. I swear I did not get the Cursebreaker concept from this, but it's pretty close, you know. Wow, Majil, you know about the Massamune? Did you ever know its owner? Yes. Was he your mate? So he was one of your enemies then? No. Well, hey, Sergei, take this thing. Huh? Come on, you don't expect a fair maiden like me to carry this bulky thing all over the place, do you? Well, swallow my pride and pick it up. I grit my teeth and remind myself it would get me absolutely nowhere to argue with her. So I go to Kit's side and pick up the sword, just as I was told to. Oof. Geez, it's heavy. Okay, let's get our arses to that bloody torture chamber. I can almost smell the frozen flame from here. I follow Kit out of the room, dragging the heavy sword. Okay, so it looks like we continue further to the right. Proceed to the right. We come to a staircase going up, and a firm-looking set of doors on the left. So we proceed ahead to the stairs. Agrocraggle, I am Team Massamune. When Kid in the lead, we ascend the narrow staircase. I nearly slip and fall on one of the damn stairs. Bracing myself against the cold walls, I keep on climbing. So Sergei's got a problem with these stairs. We come to the old stoic-looking door, waiting for us silently atop the staircase. Let's go on in. Into the torture chamber. I look up, remembering the deadly ceiling. I'm definitely not going to repeat the mistake of overstaying my welcome here, especially after hearing what Riddle had to say. Somewhere inside the room, there has to be something that will bring that old man back. But what? Just as I thought, Majil says dryly, examining the cracks in the floor. Kid and I walk over, kneeling down where he's at. Between the cracks, between the floor's stones, there's a thick, smelly, butter-like substance that's been jammed into it. Among the stains of blood. Gross. Without warning, the door suddenly slams shut. It started again. Okay, what do we do? So I'm going to follow that Griffin's advice here. We have to use the sword somehow, Kid yells, her voice almost inaudible thanks to the ceiling's deafening screeching. But how? Thrust the sword into the ceiling, thrust the sword into the floor, thrust the sword into Kid. Jeez. I guess I would stick it in the floor. With as much power as I can muster, I lift the heavy sword up and plunge it down into the crack into the center of the floor. A huge jolt runs through the room. Bolts of light scatter in all four directions from the sword, running along the floor, then up the walls. Reaching the ceiling, the deadly contraption groans and then comes to a halt. Do we do it? Exhausted and relieved, I collapse to the floor. Whew, man, there's some close calls here. Aggro says, if we had save states, Kid gets the sword. After a minute, I catch my breath and open my eyes. Strange. Now that I take another look at the inscription we found earlier, there's a certain stone just behind it that doesn't seem to have any cement around it. We walk over to it. Kid tugs on it and finds that it's loose. Removing the heavy stone, a dim glistening light can be seen from far within the hole. Kid reaches in and carefully removes the shimmering object. A beautifully decorated gold ring sits in the palm of her hand. It's adorned with a slender set of leaves like those of a fern, decorated with 5 small rubies around it. The Acacian coat of arms, Majil says. Kid tries the ring on, but strangely enough, it doesn't seem to fit on any of her fingers. This ring must mean something to the old man. We could use it to break through this wall, couldn't we? I excitedly ask Majil, already knowing the answer. He nods in silence. Yeah, this has to be it. Abandoning the Einlanzer, now proudly standing upright like a beacon of light amidst this dismal room, we hurry out of the torture chamber, hopefully to never return again. With Kid leading the way, we descend down the stairs. At the bottom of the staircase, a quiet, sturdy-looking door stands on the right. That is the treasure vault. The hallway continues on ahead, so let's proceed ahead to the terrace. After a little while, we come to a door on the left. The terrace lies ahead. So we're going to proceed to the terrace. No reason to go back in the clock storeroom. After a short while, the terrace comes into view on the left. The cool evening air trickles in through the doorway, giving me a subtle reassurance. Proceed on through the hallway. Go out on the terrace. We're going to go on through the hallway. And then go down the stairs to the left. Another passageway lies ahead. Take the stairs. As I start to slowly descend the stairs in the dim light, I stretch my hands out in front of me and try to feel for something. And all overall I'm greeted with is the moist feeling of these grimy stone walls. We've descended the staircase. To the left lies a huge stone archway, and to the right we can see a narrow path twisting into the darkness. So we're going to go to the left. Onwards to the catacombs. See another archway leading off into darkness. Go on through the room. Having crossed through the atrium, eventually we come to a split in the path. We can either go left or right from here. So let's go left toward the catacombs. After a bit of walking, we come to an old-looking door with a brass handle. I believe this is the door we're looking for. No matter how many times I return here, I don't think I'll ever get used to this place. Go on in. Yeah, I'm wondering what happens when you use the sword on Kid. It seems unusually cruel. We return to the old man. Majil walks up to the cell and grasps the iron bars. He positions his feet and starts to pull away at the bars with an incredible intensity. After a moment, the bars start to bend like taffy. Majil enters first through the newly created opening. Kid follows, kneeling down before the mumbling old man. Putting her hands on the old man's shoulders, Kid tries to look into his eyes, but he continues to stare at the floor. Frustrated, she starts to shout at him, shaking him vigorously. Come on, old fella, get up. The old man's head shakes back and forth like a rag doll's, but his eyes remain averted. Try to stop Kid or ask Majil if what she's doing is right. I'm going to ask Majil. Do not worry, Majil says. This may also prove to be helpful. But is it right to force him out of his wall for our own sake? The fate of the Acacia Dragoons has been woven into our own, Majil answers simply. And with that, just as Majil says the word Acacia, a glimmer streaks into the old man's eyes. He looks up quickly, apparently waiting for something. Oh man, he's been hearing us talk the entire time. Quick, Kid, show him the ring. Kid takes the ring from her pocket and shows it to the old man. The ring, he says in a voice so quiet it's barely audible. The ring. However, his eyes quickly return to the murky state. Finally, my allies, you have returned. Because of me, the frozen flame was seized, and I have desecrated the name of the Acacia Dragoons. I am the only one left, but you have returned. Ah, Merkid, Zorinder. Now that we are once again reunited, let us all head back to Stake Lake. Geez, listen, mister. The frozen flame, where is it? Any small hint will help. Come on. Frozen flame? The old man asks. A warm smile streaks across his face. Ah, my dear Miss Riddle. I have not seen you in quite some time. Surely you have not forgotten the secret entranceway? Yeah, you think you could tell me about that again, Gramps? Kid asks, trying to sound as ladylike as possible. In the ballroom. Third candlestick on the left. You know, I'm pretty sure I'll remember that, but just in case, I am going to take a picture. Can't be too careful here. Third candlestick on the left. Kid hugs the old man, ecstatic, and so he resumes his mumbling in that distant, shuddering voice. Please forgive me for your father. I beg you, Riddle. The Dragoons. It's high time for you to bust on out of here, old man, Kid says, pointing to the bent iron bars. However, he once again refuses to look up. Come on, we've done all we can do here. He's got to walk through these bars himself. Thanks, old-timer. So I guess we're going back to the ballroom. Heading away from the catacombs, we eventually come to a split. Turning right heads back to the atrium, while proceeding straight through will take us to a downward staircase. So we go...
I'm back.
Oh, nice. I will unmute you now. Okay, so we found the ring. We got the sword. We plunged the sword into the floor, and it stopped the ceiling from crushing us. We then unlocked a part of the wall that we hadn't seen before and got a ring from the Acacia Dragoons. We went back to the catacombs and showed the ring to the old man, and he kind of snapped out of it, and then told us there's a secret passageway in the ballroom. The third candlestick to the right, or to the left.
I heard... Okay.
So heading away
I
from
heard that last part. I sat down and I realized that I was still muted. So, okay, cool.
Heading away from the catacombs, we eventually come to a split. Turning right heads back to the atrium. That is where we want to go. Dark, dingy passageway for a while. I start to smell the pungent odor of dead fish. So we're in the atrium again. So we go forward through the archway and then take a right up the stairs. I was just saying while you were gone that this is really exciting because I've always wanted to like see this game through to completion, you know, and I never have the patience, and the lack of saving is always just like, what do I do, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I might be distorted.
You come to a branch after ways. To your right lies a staircase going up, while the start of a dark passageway is directly ahead. Take the stairs.
I watched like a playthrough of it on YouTube. I've watched a couple like years ago, so this is also exciting. I have no idea really what's going to happen. I remember the ending being really confusing. So
Awesome. So we're gonna go left. Toward the ballroom. Oh, you got a coffee there, Mark? Or a tea?
decaf orange pico.
Damn, sounds good.
Yeah. I've been drinking it a lot. Yeah, my tea of choice now. That ballroom is totally like a you can't go this way right now room. Like.
Okay, third one on the left. Kid says quietly. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. As Kid slowly pushes against the candlestick, it starts to move slowly. What's going on? I stammer, trying to brace myself. This entire room is slowly sinking into the ground, Majil says. The ballroom is sinking? All of it? Suddenly, the room starts to fall much faster. Chills run down my spine as I look around, seeing the paintings smacking against the walls and the candles dropping to the floors. As I start to get used to the sinking sensation, my heart fills with a violent mixture of anxiety, expectation, and hope. What awaits us at the bottom? The frozen flame. Could it really be down here? Was this our adventure's end? What if we actually take it into our hands? Kid, Majil. I wonder what they're feeling right now. As the room continues to sink underground like an elevator to hell, I start to hear Kid speak in a soft, meek voice.
Elevator to hell.
Sometimes I do struggle to win, even when I know I've already lost, just like that lady said. Why do I do that? Looking over at her, I realize this isn't the Kid I usually see. There, a faint, shy smile can be seen across her face. Suddenly, I feel something so powerful go through me. It feels like a wave of fire, surging through my heart. Why bring us here, Kid? Is it fate? Don't worry, we can't lose. There's no doubt. I say we be confident, right? Whatever, Kid says beneath her breath, smiling faintly. Sayings like those never made much sense to me. There's never a case where there ain't a doubt, not a single one. But, thanks, mate. She looked towards me with a meek smile. Looking at her, I realized there could never be another girl like her in the entire world ever. You know, I think Sergey has a little crush on Kid. What do you think, Mark?
Entire world ever.
I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. It's not a Belgian or orangutan tea or whatever that made up crap was that you're drinking. Just getting to listen to the 16-bit original of this track has been worth it. Yeah, I agree, Sephi. It's really, really cool to hear the soundtrack for this. The shy
I think
laugh.
it's the best part of the game, really.
Totally. There's not much to the game. The shy laugh she sported a moment ago has reverted into a sort of mysterious gaze. As I stare at her, she asks me, "Hey, what's up with you all of a sudden?" "Nothing. You just look like a different person there for a second." "Really?" she says in astonishment, tilting her head. "It's probably because of the frozen flame. We're getting close," Majil says. His low rumbling voice causes the shadows of the room to tremble. "What do you mean?" Kid asks with a wrinkled brow. "Look inside of yourself and you will find the answer, Kid. The struggle for your catharsis is upon you." "What in the world are you talking about?" Suddenly, a metallic grinding sound can be heard from all around us. The room comes to a stop, swaying a bit. "Guess this is our stop," Kid says with a hollow laugh. I stand motionless, staring at Kid and Majil in the dim, flickering luminescence. I like how a lot of this game... Wow. I was just going to say, I like how a lot of this game relies on your imagination to kind of like flesh out the surroundings. I think that's some of the best...
Yeah.
Some of the best stuff in games is like augmented past the layer of the game's reality and like in your head, you know?
Definitely. And I think the music, I mean, preaching to the choir here, but the music goes a long way in like just exciting you emotionally, and you can just listen to a track on loop and make up a story in your own head, basically.
Yeah. Suddenly the organ comes to life. Looking back toward the monstrous thing, no one is even near it. Nevertheless, it continues to play its strange, twisted tune, the keys and pedals moving wildly on their own. Sounds like a funeral march. Just kidding. Bad joke, kid. Alright, let's do this, Kid says, taking a deep breath as she heads for the door. I glance at Majil, nodding my head as we follow her out. It's a funeral march, alright. Lynx's, that is. We start down the long, dark path in front of us. Ed Jr. says, I guess the real frozen flame is the friends we made along the way. Prismathetic says 20 out of 10. Dank tune. Gotta agree. We start down the long, dark path in front of us. The air down here carries a thick stench of death. Somewhere further down this passageway, Lynx's subterranean hideout awaits. Kid's got a strange look on her face. I can't imagine what must be going through her head right now. Majil, on the other hand, I can never read him. But still, we usually talk a little, lightening things up. But right now, nobody's making a sound. I try to offer some conversation, hoping to avoid the increasing tension. So what really is this frozen flame thing? Or why are we after the frozen flame?
That's tough. Maybe I kind of want to know what it is.
Sure, me too.
Because I know what it is in Chrono Cross.
No
but only barely.
response. Just as I start to think no one is going to answer, Majil starts to speak, his low voice echoing throughout the stone corridor. It was said to be a gem which soothes all scars, granting eternal life to its owner. Or so people believed. The frozen flame is more than just an object. It's not of this world. It descended from the heavens long ago, part of a huge meteorite. Once there lived people who sought to harness its power, hoping to tap into their yet unknown potential. And so it becomes a treasure of great importance and dreams. However, whether a gift which bestows power is actually a blessing or a curse is another question altogether. Since the birth of humanity, at least one entire race has fallen because of it. These people once built a great, thriving metropolis with its power, but now all knowledge of this era has been completely lost within the sands of time. A faint feeling of distress comes across Majil's voice throughout his speech. But then, how do you know all this? I ask. Again, no answer. Keeping silent, I continue walking. Our footsteps once again become the only sound filling this dark path. Well, whether any of that's true or not, it'll all lead us to the same place. Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you. That's all I know, and that's plenty. The frozen flame. What in the world could Lynx see in that mysterious rock? Remembering the painting in the study, the one with the black gem that had a burning glow inside it. Could that have been the frozen flame? If that's the case, in the painting, it seemed like all the world was at its mercy, flowing and melting into it. What's up, Kevin? Tear to Nirvana? Oh, we got a little Liam in the chat. Says, I like the music. Agro Craggle says, everything is likely moist, like the rest of the castle. And Wizard Dolphin, Blank Banshee has a track called Frozen Flame. Oh yeah. I haven't listened to Blank Banshee in a while. I start to wonder if this is such a good idea, coming here toying with this ancient artifact. Flooded with thoughts, I pause for a moment to take a deep breath and calm myself. Continuing on a moment later, I feel as though I'm a bit more at peace. Suddenly, Majil comes to a stop. Do not move. Huh? Kid and I look around suspiciously. Around us, bones are scattered in all directions. Many of them have been cut cleanly in half. Oh god, there's like a scythe hanging from the ceiling or something. Looking around more amidst the dim light, I start to see that the walls have been splattered with blood. Then suddenly, a trace of light catches my eye from behind. There's a bolt of electricity approaching us, sparkling like a lit fuse on the ground. Coming within a few feet of us, the spark splits off into two, forming a circle around us. Once the circle is complete, an odd glow starts to shine at our feet. Then from where the sparks had traced, light shoots upwards, forming a wall of light all around us. Okay, this must be where the Griffin's info comes in handy. It's a devil's circle. We try to
Can you
move.
hear me? Sorry.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's a devil's circle. We try to move, but we find ourselves caught within the rays of light. Sick. I did not expect them to use Mode 7 in this title.
So cool.
With the scalding, noisy winds whirling all around us, all I see are rays of shimmering light in every direction I look. Whoa. What do I do? I can't see anything in all this light. Majil grabs me by the shoulder and returns me to the center of the circle. Thankfully, he seems to be able to see just fine. His mask is probably shielding his eyes from the radiance. There is always a way out of a devil's circle. We must find the gaps to walk through. If you say so. Suddenly, Kid's elbow grazes one of the walls. Sparks scatter in all directions. She instantly snaps her arm back, wincing in pain. Unable to see any gaps whatsoever, I hesitantly start to make my way toward the blinding wall of light. Alright, so it's right 3 steps, left 2 steps, right 2 steps. So take 3 steps to the right. Come on, to the right.
I think you wrote that down.
Yeah, I took a picture of it. There, come on now. From where we stand, a small gap in the wall can be seen all of a sudden. Holding my breath, I leap into it with my arms shielding my face. Alright, we made it through. However, I open my eyes only to see even more of these glimmering walls swirling before us. Unable to see any gaps whatsoever, I hesitantly start to make my way toward the blinding wall of light. So take 2 steps to the left is the next. We've got to go to the left a little. There. Come on now. From where we stand, a small gap in the wall can be seen all of a sudden. Holding my breath, I leap into it with my arms shielding my face. Alright, we made it through. However, I open my eyes to see even more of these glimmering walls swirling before us. Unable to see any gaps whatsoever, I hesitantly start to make my way toward the blinding wall of light. So the next one is right 2 steps. Take 2 steps to the right. Okay. To the right, slowly. There, come on now. From where we stand, a small gap in the wall can be seen all of a sudden. Holding my breath, I leap through with my arms shielding my face. Nice. Whew. Man. Shit gets intense. Lucky Cat Greggle says, love the visuals, didn't know Chrono Trigger had a sequel. So it's like kind of like... It's like a quasi-sequel, I guess? Did they ever really say that it was a Chrono Trigger sequel?
No, I don't know if it's... I don't know. It sounds like I'm distorted again.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a full... It's not canon, and it's like it's more of like a supplemental story, kind of like in the universe,
Sure.
but that was later deemed to be not canonical.
Because
it's still really cool.
These events were like somewhat revisited and revised in Chrono Cross, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I scurry away from the blood-curdling thing as fast as I can. Looking back, I see it vanish in a puff of smoke just as quickly as it arrived. The wind instantly dies down as well, and all the dust and grime that was blowing around falls back to the floor in a flash. Everything has returned to quiet stillness. Too quiet. And so heading down the hallway further and further eventually. At last, Kid steps towards the mighty set of doors, letting out a sigh of relief. Beyond this door, the frozen flame. From behind his mask, Majil's eyes let loose a cool radiance. Okay, let's go, Kid says eagerly, grasping the handle. We're doing this. Whoa. They're like slightly cut off there. Okay. This cavern sprawls out to great lengths before our eyes. A forgotten world, hidden deep below ground. And with the scarlet radiance, a single small gem shimmers in the darkness. The frozen flame. Finally, we're here. The jewel shimmers warmly, almost as if it's responding to Kid's voice. Taking a few steps into the moist cavern, Majil whispers, "Remarkable. Intact ruins of the lost magical kingdom." Just as I start to ask Majil what he means, a taunting laugh can be heard from high above us. Oh shit. Lynx. Kid immediately pulls out her knife and hurls it through the air with all her might. Damn. As it approaches Lynx, he easily swats it out of the way, almost too quickly for me to see. Always the same. Such a savage little girl. Can't you give a gentleman an honest greeting? You bastard, Kid interrupts. And what have we here? The notorious Shadow Walker. I wouldn't be trying anything like last time if I were you. Beside me, I see Majil come to a stop. Oh, damn. Lord Lynx. Viper Manor's deadly owner. Holy shit, he looks scary as hell.
Totally.
The very same man who murdered Kid's sister, deceived Riddle's father, and eradicated the Acacia Dragoons. Welcome back, Kid. I see you've successfully taken the bait, gluttonous as ever. What? Kid says hesitantly, taking a step back. Lynx stares down at her with those frighteningly piercing eyes of his. You see, Kid, I brought you here because of the rock you carry. Which rock? Surely you remember? The one you received from your sister all those years ago. The priceless keepsake you carry with you dearly, even now. The Chrono Trigger. Oh, damn, they said it. They said the word.
On the nose. Much.
How'd you know about that? Kid's gaze returns to a scowl. No matter, we're here for the frozen flame. You're finished, you bastard. Ah, yes. Toss your little threats around. But remember, no matter how many times you think you have won, I have generously demonstrated how gravely you are mistaken. And with that, Lynx unleashes a beautiful golden saber. Previously, I've overlooked doing away with you, letting you scurry on with your pathetic little life. However, this time, I may not be so generous. Damn. What's gonna happen? Kid takes another step back, glaring at Lynx as he approaches. Lynx, you murderer, I'll never forgive you for Luca. This ends here and now. Luca's, guessing they're talking about Luca from Chrono Trigger.
Yep.
Yes. And so, Kid leaps into the air in a fit of rage, aiming a kick between Lynx's eyes. However, just as she reaches him, he swiftly dodges. Kid stands there wondering how she could have missed. Beside her, Lynx laughs, taunting her. Jumping up once again, Kid lets loose a fierce kick. Skimming the tip of his nose, her kick cuts through nothing but air. In a parry attack, Lynx sends his razor-sharp golden saber through the air. But Kid's already leapt back. The two face each other only a few feet apart. If only you'd been a bit faster, Kid, Lynx says, smiling. All of a sudden, a line of red streaks across Kid's face. Kid? Wiping off the blood, Kid angrily rushes Lynx in a flash through the air. Effortlessly dodging, Lynx drives the sword into her back as soon as she lands. Kid bends back in alarming pain. Somehow staying on her feet, she stumbles back and readies herself to charge again. Man, these characters are just like getting put through a beating. This whole game is crazy.
Very violent.
So it says, Equip playing Chrono Cross soon. I think that game is too long for me to stream Crux Aurelius.
I have like a file. Like I said, I cheated earlier.
You've got the cheat file.
It's like a new game plus with level 99, and you can like unlock extra stuff that you wouldn't be able to, and it's really easy. All the battles are easy, so.
I still feel like, I mean, it's gonna take 15 weeks or whatever to break the game into 2-hour chunks.
Yes.
Probably not likely. Kevin Tirta Nirvana says, is this text-based games? Yeah, this is Radical Dreamers. It's a text-based quasi-sequel to Chrono Trigger. Prism Aesthetic says, dank. Oh yes, Chrono Cross New Game Plus. Yeah, we'll see. I might play it on my own time, but I don't think I'll stream it. Someone staying on her feet, she stumbles back and readies herself to charge again. Stupid little brat. Lynx lands an elbow in the kid's shoulder, knocking her clear down to the ground. I feel her pain from the pit of my stomach as I start to see blood trickling from her lips. Why aren't Sergei and Majil doing anything? What's wrong, little girl? Once again, Kid tries to lash out at Lynx, but he easily kicks her, sending her back onto a pile of rubble. Lynx then looks upward, focusing his concentration on the ceiling. As I look up, I see a number of rocks have come dislodged from the cavern, tumbling down onto her. Kid! I call out as I start to rush over to her. However, just as soon as I start to, I see Majil's already there. He streaked across the shadows, putting himself between Lynx and Kid. Saying nothing, Lynx shoots a thread of white light out from his fingertips. The thread-like substance entangles Majil, binding his feet together. He hits the ground with a thud. In a dazzling radiance, a countless number of threads fly out from Lynx's fingertips. They immobilize Majil completely, leaving only his head visible. How does that feel, Shadow Walker? Have you felt my web start to drain your life energy yet? Lynx says, smiling ominously. Grr. Kid, Majil, what am I gonna do? Damn. What should we do?
Maybe free Majil?
Dumbfounded, I completely blow my opportunity.
Shit, we die. Oof.
Finished with Majil, Lynx again turns his attention to Kid. Really, Kid, some time ago you were actually something. But where's all your power gone now? Where's that happy little girl gone? Lynx smiles coldly at Kid, collapsed at his feet. Well, do you feel like handing over the Chrono Trigger yet? Surely you must know by now it doesn't pay to be stubborn with me. Since I am a gentleman, stealing from an innocent girl just won't do. Perhaps your companion, the filthy-looking one, maybe he knows where it is. Will he require my persuasion as well? Lynx starts to walk over toward me, trampling over Kid's head. Kid's dazed voice can be heard faintly. Lynx, Lucas' treasure, you... Gulp, what am I gonna do? Try to free Majil? Let's go to Kid's side. Kid! She looks over toward me. With blood trickling from her mouth, she only moves a little. Kid, are you alright? She lies there motionless, wincing painfully. Sergei, it's okay, Kid. I'm here for you. How kind. However, I think you should be more concerned with your own well-being, young man. An icy chill runs down my spine as I hear the evil voice behind me. I stand up and turn around. So you, whoever you are, opposing me is quite useless, as you obviously have seen. And in a flash, Lynx grabs me by the neck. He strangles me with his long, disgusting fingers. Ugh. Then he starts to lift me up by my neck. Struggling for air, I painfully hang there, unable to tear myself free of his powerful grip. Look, Kid. Look at your pathetic little companion suffering. You can make all this stop if you want. With blood dripping from her lips, Kid opens one of her eyes. Painfully gasping and coughing, she lifts her head up to us. She still wants to get up, but she's hurt far too badly. Sergei, hand over the Chrono Trigger, Kid. Little do you know, but that rock is actually a tiny, condensed universe. When combined with frozen flame, it gains the power to bend space-time, allowing its owner to reshape history. This all could have never happened if you merely wish it. Saying this, Lynx looked towards me, expressionless. And what about you, young man? Perhaps you know where the Chrono Trigger is, he asks, tightening his grip. Sergei! What are you gonna do, Kid? Can you afford to let this little boy die without helping? How will it feel to have his blood on your hands? As Lynx grasps tighter and tighter, I find myself starting to lose it. Lynx's face becomes a blur. Damn, this is not going well. Suddenly, Kid's voice snaps me back to attention. I'm sorry, Sergei. What should I do? Don't give it to him. Don't do it. My consciousness fading.
You died.
Game over. Stop. The stone. Here. Lynx looks over to Kid. His eyes light up as his hands loosen around my neck. Abandoning me, Lynx rushes over to her side. Here it is, Lynx. Kid reaches into her pocket. Lynx draws closer. Despite being drained of nearly all strength, Kid manages to whip her knife out, fiercely slashing at Lynx. Screaming viciously, Lynx falls back, cradling his mangled face. Blood starts to trickle down from between his fingers. You. Lynx staggers to his feet, keeping his right hand on the wound. I'll have such fun killing you all. With as much power as she can muster, Kid kicks at Lynx, sweeping him off his feet. Ha! Spitting blood, Kid coughs a little, but still a smile manages to come through her agony. Kid. I run over toward her, still feeling the burning grip on my neck. Lynx turns to Kid, staring at her with his cold, evil gaze. Child, you shall beg for death soon enough. Every flavor of pain shall be yours. Prepare to join Luca. Hearing this, Kid's eyes slowly open and catch sight of Lynx. A red-hot gaze burns in her eyes. Slowly, she rises to her feet. A shimmering light suddenly spurts out of the frozen flame. At the same time, a golden light bursts out of Kid's chest. Swirling around her, the light rises up, spreading outward in a glistening spiral. What is this? Lynx gasps. Damn. Ha! Gus Juice says, whoa, it's like Neo Gaia without half-hour diatribe about the superiority of Apple products. Thanks, Gus. I know that's just a good-natured ribbing. For those of you that don't know, Gus is good buds with Tech and James. So, Fanto Fan says, do you like slow tie music? I'm not sure what that is. I've never heard of it. Ed Jr. says, and Tech's food obsession. But has Mark cooked midstream yet?
Actually, guilty. I have made some food here.
yes, Gus Juice. It's been a long one, so I told Mark to go do whatever he needs to do, and I'm gonna chow down. I'm gonna have a late night meal after this because I am also starving. I'm chomping on an apple here.
You've been nursing that apple for a while.
I know. Kid's voice calls out from deep within the shower of light. You will not win, Lynx. She trembles, her eyes flowing with red tears. And then a single voice can be heard. It's a deep, profound voice. The voice of undeniable honesty and truth. It's so beautiful. The effects are just awesome. Long ago, in a far-off kingdom, lived a girl. Because of her power, the kingdom had come to an end, crumbling under its own weight. Many became engulfed in the temporal vortex that was created, never to be heard from again.
Must be the kingdom of Zeal.
That's what I'm guessing, yeah. But not the girl. She lived on, enduring a much sadder fate. Running from her past and fearing her future, she wanted nothing more than to be swallowed up in the surging waves of the vortex of time. Hating what she'd done, refusing what she'd said or heard, to simply continue living was her curse. But the stone, it had other plans for her. Turning back the hands of her clock, scattering her memories, she was granted another chance. Since the precious stone was in her possession, she carried with her all its will and power. And so, she was born into this era, returning to reality as a mere infant. Damn. And with that, the fragments of the scattered Chrono Trigger fall to the ground softly. The cavern before us slowly starts to come apart, bending inward and outward like a tear in reality, until we are completely removed from its existence. A single girl's voice resounds in the darkness. Please, this dark energy, make it stop.
Dude.
Beautiful. Losing all sense of reality and presence, I become engulfed in this realm, drifting aimlessly through the ages. The world flows, Time dissolves, and people live and die. I can see it all within this mysterious ocean. The origin of time. Every one of life's tranquilities is here. I can see myself as a baby, crying at my mother's side, where she gives a warm, proud grin. I can see myself as an old man, softly smiling, knowing that death will come soon. Infinite versions of myself extend like ghosts throughout this endless corridor of time. Everywhere I look, I see another life, another era. In this unfolded existence, I see countless lives, countless dreams. Resting in eternity, a kind voice calls out to me. A single song. Beautiful.
I'm pretty sure there's like a vocal sample or something in here.
Can you hear my voice? Kid. Answer me, kid. Please? Yeah, I'm getting like audible pops in the music. I wonder what that's all about. Who's calling my name? Yeah, Gus Juice says music cutting out is heavy as fuck. Sorry about that. Don't know what's up with that. Sergey, where is this? Kid? You're here? That song, that beautiful song. It was Luca's favorite. Kid softly smiles, closing her eyes. I can see she can't help but shed a few tears for this long-lost reminiscence. The song is actually something I composed in my earlier years, back when I was a musician. Kid seems to be very fond of it. You called out to me, Sergey. You called my name. Thank you. You won't leave me, will you? I'm here for you, kid. It all makes so much sense now. I know who I am, Sergey. I know what I'm here for. Let's go back now, okay? I'm ready. Ah! Lynx has pinned Kid to the ground. And now, you see your death. What do I do? Just protect Kid?
Sure.
Lynx will have to get through me if he wants to get to Kid. Oh, well, I get to put you both out of your misery at once? Lynx raises his saber overhead, ready to plunge it into us. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Quickly turning my head, I look in the direction of the voice. You! Shit, who is it? Oh, it's the old woman. I was gonna say,
yeah.
Is the senile old man or the senile old woman? There, under a large hood, stands the woman from before. So, Vera, looks like Pore couldn't keep their hands out of this after all, says Lynx flatly. Good to see you again, Master Lynx. Seems you've seen better days. Damn. This old lady, she's from Pore. The frozen flame. We will take custody of it now. It seems none of you can decide on who the rightful owner should be. The old lady gives a small signal and dozens of armed troops rush out from behind her, securing the cavern. I will not forget this, Vera, Lynx shouts, floating up in the air. Brimming with hatred, Lynx's glance turns to us. And you will see death by my hand. Saying this, Lynx vanishes into thin air. The soldiers unite untie Majil and start heading toward us. The old woman gazes down on us from under her hood. I believe you all ought to come with us. Looking up, I notice the armed soldiers have swarmed around us with their weapons ready. Seeing this, Majil instantly waves his hands in the air, calling out some sort of incantation. Darkness envelop under my command. Suddenly, all light in the cavern is put out. It's now or never. Quickly, Sergey. I grab onto Majil, who's holding Kid. Together we flee the cavern, vanishing into the darkness. Led by Majil, we make our way out of the mansion. Back in the forest, we see the search party's torches here and there, hunting for us. Their militant barking can be heard as they continue to get closer and closer to us. We stop behind a tree for a moment or two, catching our breath. I look down to Kid, who's taking quite a beating. Are you okay? Yeah, mate, fine. We're completely surrounded, says Majil. We must be on our way. Looking around, I suddenly see torches all around us starting to close in. Kid suddenly lifts her head up. Go, Sergey. Save yourself. The troop is only after Majil and me. If they find you alone, they'll let you go. Whoa, what are you talking about? I can't leave you now, not like this. I told you I'll be fine, mate, but... Don't worry. I remember now, Sergey, who I used to be, long ago, she says, staring up into the night sky. Seeing the reflection of 100,000 stars in her eyes, I can't help but be taken in by that lonely, 1 in a million expression of hers. Kid, don't worry, I'm okay. I'll see you again, she says with a smile. Someday, I know I'll see you again, without a doubt. She softly closes her eyes. Lucas' Chrono Trigger was lost. We couldn't even get our hand on the frozen flame. But it's okay. It's all okay because tonight, in my heart, a shiny new treasure was born, Sergey. The single most valuable, unstealable treasure in the entire world. Saying this, Kid stares at me firmly. Stares at me firmly, at me with those eyes of hers. Those bold, straight, honest eyes. Knowing who I am, it's bigger than all this. Bigger than lynx, bigger than the frozen flame. And nothing can take that away. Not as long as I'm alive. At this moment, listening to her under the starry night sky, I find myself wanting nothing more than to be here with her right now. Staring into her eyes, I only wish time could stop right at this instant. Goodbye, Sergey. Thank you. And with that, Kid turns her back to me and disappears into the darkness. Kid! Don't follow me. Please don't follow me. Unable to control my feelings, I start to rush after her. However, a shadow abruptly blocks my path. It's Majil. He slowly shakes head, sorrowful look in his eyes. With that, his shadowy figure draws back, dissolving into the darkness. Majil? Kid? Damn.
So good.
Kid! Kid. Crooksalius says, Equip, would you play Super Mario RPG on stream? I find it to be a Squaresoft masterpiece. I know you like it very much. You know, the problem, Crooksalius, with playing RPGs on stream is they take too long. I mean, I'd have to play it for multiple weeks in a row. It's not really something I can sit down and play in one go. I love RPGs, but I like to stream stuff that, you know, will keep people kind of interested for long periods of time. And it's kind of such a teaser just to stream part of it, you know, and not do the rest of it. So probably not. You know, I've beaten it in the past, but not sure if I'll ever play it again. In another place and another time, a similar band of adventurers had come forth, equally unsuspecting of their other selves, and life went on as they strode out into the great unknown. But that's a story for another day. For now, I shall put down my pen. That was pretty heavy.
Yeah.
As I softly close my grandfather's diary, I hear my mother's voice call to me from downstairs. Didn't you hear me? Your friend is here. I turn around, already knowing who it is. My door opens quite energetically, where I see a strangely nostalgic young girl barge in. Sergey, we found some ruins of an old mansion up in northern Kitsune Forest today. Come on, let's go exploring. Damn. Crazy.
Wow.
Damn. I
Looks
guess that's
so
the
good.
game. Yeah, I loved every minute of it. It's so cool.
I'm really happy we played this together.
Yeah, me too.
I think that she was, I don't know if I missed that, but I think that she was like Shala from
Zeal?
yeah, like the young princess
Right.
or whatever who like sacrificed herself when Lavos appears the first time or something. I don't know. It's pretty convoluted, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, but I couldn't remember her name. I'm glad you brought it up as Shala. Well, damn, that was beautiful. I guess, you know, I don't want to keep everybody here all freaking night. This has been the longest stream I've done in a while. I think like the first stream I did was like 8 hours, 6 or 7 hours or something. But I just wanted to pull up the, let's pull up our merch real quick. Put the Firefox window up. Let's get these windows a little bit bigger. So, as you probably know, there was a nice big Black Friday sale at 100% Electronica. And, you know what, I'm going to put this behind me. If I can do that. Under the webcam. No! Ah, whatever. I'll just stay out of the view. So yeah, we got, I've got a much requested reissue here, I Dream of a Palace in the Sky. And you might notice something a little different. It's got an OB strip here. The OB is designed by Mark. It matches the OB for the Neo Gaia Fantasy, as well as the Cursebreaker Gaiden. It's got the, you know, the ska checkers at the top.
That's the motif on the series of OB strips I designed for all the 100% stuff.
Really, really cool. We love to see it. This is like totally accurate to what it looks like. I believe Chris actually used photos for the mock-up, so it's got a sticker pack and a magazine advert. So this is, you know, a deluxe edition reissue. The magazine advert is printed on, you know, like real magazine paper. So yeah, George said that these were the top seller today, which is really exciting. And then Mark and I also have a very special. How many of these did we make, Mark? The green ones.
I feel like there's either 50 or 75.
Okay, so yeah, this is Mark and I's collaborative first single as Nameless Dreamers, and it's the airship theme. And yeah, 100% Electronica commissioned a special limited pressing on this beautiful green vinyl, and it's a one-sided like disco style 12-inch. We're both really excited about it. It plays at 45 RPM. It's like really, really, it sounds amazing. Have you gotten the chance to like listen to this on a big system yet, Mark?
I have, yeah. And I don't know like what it is, but like one side is completely smooth, right?
Yeah. And
it just feels like really solid. It only has 3 tracks, so there's lots of room, and it's obviously 45 RPM. So I think that's the main thing for me. That's also why I wanted to do this, because I had a single from Bjork that I bought like a couple years ago, and one side it was just 45 RPM single on a 12-inch, and it just sounds way better at 45.
Yeah, it does. There's more room to press detail into the grooves, and you can get a much fatter bass out of it.
Yeah.
And I love the 12-inch format. You know, like I got really, really into like dance music around the time that Burial Untrue came out in like 2006 or 2007. And I got onto this kick where I was just like constantly buying these like dubstep UK Garage 12 inches. And I've always wanted to press a 12-inch. And it doesn't seem like a whole lot of people in the vapor scene are doing them. So, yeah, there's that green 12-inch. And then we've got a nice little bundle here that comes with, you get Equip ears. You get the airship vinyl. And then you get our second single, Severe Mountain Path, on a floppy disk. And these are the last of the floppy disks. I took these out of stock from Ephemera Archive. So this is, once they're out, I don't know. Will we make any more of these, Mark, or is that it?
Maybe another format, another similar digital format in the future if there's any demand for it. But I think this is kind of the last chance you have to get a physical.
For sure. So yeah, that's it comes with a walkthrough, like text README file, like we were talking about earlier. So yeah, a couple cool things up today. I believe we still have the Neo Gaia records in stock, right?
The second pressing of that?
The second pressing of the mixtape. I've still got Cursebreaker Gaiden in stock, also with nice Obi by Mark. The mock-up for that disc is not accurate. It looks more like a ketchup mustard kind of splatter. It's way cooler looking in person than the mock-up. So don't let that kind of golden murky thing detract from you. And then we've also got our, Neo Gaia Legend Japan Tour mixtape LP for sale. Oh, nice. They got the stock numbers here too. So yeah, no real rush to get that. There's 329 left. I don't think there's going to be a run on that. So those will be around for a while. But yeah, I think the Black Friday sale goes probably till midnight Pacific time, I'd guess, since that's Georgia's time zone. And I think all apparel is 15% off. And
it might be till Monday or something. I'm not sure.
Really?
I don't want to give the wrong information. Buy it now, and then if Sunday comes along and you still have money and the sale's still on, buy some more stuff, I guess.
Yeah, just buy it. Yeah, it's funny that some people were talking about the canon aspect of Radical Dreamers, which is really, really interesting. Somebody said, Kid is Shala in this game.
Okay.
So
cool.
Shiroki is right there.
Oh, Shiroki, okay. And Majil is Magus, they're Magus then. That's
cool.
It is not canon though, and a lot of these ideas are reused in Chrono Cross. I won't spoil Chrono Cross for you or anybody. Yeah. But I find that this didn't make that much sense, but it was still really cool. Whereas Chrono Cross is really cool, but makes it cooler, but even makes even less sense. It's just such a long, convoluted plot and format that because there's so many different characters that you can get in the game. So that mechanic, I think, kind of undermines the complex story and follow-up and philosophical ideas in it are kind of undermined by the fact that you can get 50 different characters that all have different stories and dialogue in any given scenario. Yeah.
But would you say that it makes less sense in a Final Fantasy VIII way or a Tetsuya Nomura Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories 365 divided by 2 or whatever kind of way?
It definitely makes more sense than Tetsuya Nomura's games.
His storylines are a little bit too... I don't know.
Near the end, it probably makes a similar amount of sense as a Nomura game, but it's less it's not like I'm watching a music video that maybe has some kind of plot hidden away within it. It's still kind of just dry delivery of complicated dialogue and explanation about stuff that just made very little sense to me and needed me to pause the emulator and get on wikis and stuff to understand it.
Yeah, that's funny. I love this ending screen here. It's really, really cool.
Wow.
Had to take a photo of the screen of that for sure. But yeah,
so
I'm glad that we made it through the whole run because now it's it'll be archived on YouTube forever, and I got to do it with my friend Mark here, so that's my favorite part of it. But won't keep you here any longer. Thanks for tuning in, and if you watched all the way through, thank you so much. Big shout out to Agro Craggle and Droner for the donations. It's always appreciated. I'm going to have to buy Mark an onigiri next time I see him. Thanks for tuning in, and you can catch us both again on Tuesday for the Neo Gaia Fantasy Podcast. Thanks a million, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me.